And through all this chaos, JW Dollar still reigns supreme with $3,137.4 cumulative in the tournament. The throne stands.
He's still second overall with $877.5 cumulative, but that kind of red print tightens the race real quick.
Lakangorsali remains third at $699.2 cumulative, quietly benefiting from the volatility storm above and below.
Ravi Kirangoli now sits at minus $674.08 cumulative in the tournament. This is a comeback arc or a cautionary tale.
4 minutes in and we've already seen $1,000 swings. This elevator division is unhinged. Screaming just nuked Ravi Kirangoli again for minus $2,585.67 at 9:36 a.m. ET. And this elevator is in free fall.
It didn't stop there. Another STLD print of minus $2,149.59 at 9:37 a.m. ET. That's not a dip, that's a crater.
The volatility clustering is extraordinary. STLD first dropped minus $1,635.3 at 9:34 a.m. ET, then minus $2,343.93 at 9:35 a.m. ET, indicating severe downside momentum.
Meanwhile, TSLA flips the script for Ansan Saji plus $430 at 9:35 a.m. ET, and another plus $358.75 at 9:36 a.m. ET.
Observe Jayavir Madali rotating into MCD plus $434.1 at 9:35 a.m. ET and plus $468.9 at 9:36 a.m. ET. That is disciplined recovery behavior.
Lakangasali sitting at $699.2 overall, just watching these kids punch each other. Sometimes the best trade is no trade.
Okay, Yasmin, it's in 6 hours and 22 minutes left, and we've already seen multi-$1,000 swings. This price pool is cursed.
Statistically speaking, with first place paying $1,000 and second $500, the gap beneath JAW dollar remains compressible if this volatility regime persists.
The throne just got electrocuted. Jaw Dollar rips a plus $625.35 big win at 9:41 a.m. ET and rockets his daily to 396.15 exclamation mark.
Screamin just printed $396.15 at 9:41 a.m. ET for JW Dollar, and the elevator cables are sparking.
Net effect, despite violent intraday variance, JAW Dollar still commands first place with $3,762.75 cumulative across the tournament lifecycle.
TLD again, minus $3,379.62 at 9:41 a.m. ET on that symbol alone for Ravi Kirangoli. This is a meltdown loop.
Groaning. Big loss of minus $857.94 at 9:41 a.m. ET. His tournament total is now negative 2,418.4. That's last place with conviction.
And through the carnage, Lakan Gusali stands untouched at $699.2 cumulative second place by discipline alone.
Gasping, just slammed Javier Madely for minus $712 at 9:41 a.m. ET. After that earlier slip, momentum totally flipped.
He's now negative $264.42 cumulative in the tournament, and that compliance note about a missed trading day isn't helping.
Abhijit Kaktakar flashes $150 on the day at 9:41 a.m. ET, trying to claw back from negative 92.5 cumulative.
"12 minutes in and Ravi Kirangoli is down $2,890.74 on the day at 9:41 a.m. ET. This elevator is in the basement.
But the prophecy stands. First place pays $1,000, and JW Dollar still guards that $3,762.75 cumulative fortress. It is Alpha Man versus Ansan in Market Mayhem, and at 9:46 a.m. ET, Ansan stands ranked 9 with minus $474, while Alpha Man sits ranked 24 with minus $4,400.43.
Groaning. At 9:46 a.m. ET, STLD shows minus $4,889.31 for Alpha Man, dragging his total to minus $4,400.43 in a brutal reversal.
Look at the peaks. and sand topped out at $1,120.25 before collapsing to minus 474 by 9:46 a.m. ET, while Alpha Man peaked at 696.29 and cratered to minus 4400.43 exclamation mark.
Aggression check at 9:46 a.m. ET. Ansan has pushed 1,000 shares across 3 stocks, while Alpha Man traded just 252 shares in 2 names. Size versus selectivity.
Leader versus chaser. No, this is survival. At 9:46 a.m. ET, Anson's minus $474 keeps him inside the top 10 at rank 9, while Alpha Man's minus 4,400.43 has him down at rank 24.
Groaning. Same time stamped, 9:46 a.m. ET. Anson's trough is minus $474, ugly, but nowhere near the abyss.
Momentum meter flashing red for both.
It is Nimitz Shrafar versus Foggy versus BHUV 25, and in the elevator arena, ranks 17, 18, and 19 locked in a red zone showdown.
Foggy closed at negative $79 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, rank 18 and fully realized in the red.
BHUV 25 and bottoms at negative $91 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, rank 19, and feeling every tick.
Compare the leader of this trio, Nimitz Shrafar, at negative $16.5 to Foggy at negative $79 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th. That is a clear gap in damage control.
Groaning. Nimitz Shrafar slipped $10.5 into the close, while BHUV 25 and dumped $89.5 by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th. That is 2 very different levels of pain.
Nimitz Shrafar soared to $137 at the high, while BOV 25 and only touched $28 before ending at negative 91 by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th. That is altitude versus turbulence.
Chuckily, Nimitz Shrafar is sitting on 0 realized and negative 16.5 unrealized at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, while Foggy locked in negative 79 realized, That is hope versus acceptance.
Aggression check. Nimish Fry moved 100 shares across one stock, while BIF 25 and blasted 2,000 shares across 4 names by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th. That is sniper versus shotgun.
All 3 closed red at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, -16.5, -79 and -91. The only question is who claws back first.
Nimish Fed being ranked 17 with -16.5 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th means one decent trade, and the script flips.
Foggy at rank 18 and BHUV 25 and at 19, both deeply -79 and -91 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, are fighting to avoid the basement.
Chuck Nimis 4 had a trough of -44.5, while Boof 25 and sank to -91 before the 3:59 p.m. ET close on April 20th. That tells you who lost control.
3 traders, 3 red closes at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, but only one can escape rank 17 through 19 and start the comeback climb.
My gut is, well, I can give you my evidence that I found over the years. UK 10, I don't know if that's an option to do, or, slightly if you want to deviate a little bit into the smaller market. Is that the smaller market or the bigger market? Smaller market. Yeah. So, in UAE, there having been to the events there, the majority of the events that I've been to.
Traders compared time. Alpha Man versus Ansan versus PNA _ indicator. And this elevator is rattling at 10:16 a.m. ET.
That of 10:16 a.m. ET, PNA _ indicator holds rank 6 with -$4, while Anson sits rank 21 at -$792.45, and Alphaman trails at rank 24 with -$4,995.3.
Compare that chaos, Alphaman melting down while Ansan is only down -$792.45 at 10:16 a.m. ET. That is a totally different altitude.
Momentum check. PNA _ indicator up $103.5 over the window by 10:16 a.m. ET, while Anson has slipped -$787.95 in the same span.
Risk posture tells the story at 10:16 a.m. ET. Alphaman sitting on 488.88, realized but -5,484.18, unrealized. Anson negative on both sides, and PNA _ indicator almost flat with 0 realized and -4 unrealized.
And AMZN slams Ansan for -$390.25 at 10:13 a.m. ET, pushing that position from -495.45 to -885.7 exclamation mark.
Yet with only 350 shares across 2 stocks, Pinar _ indicator holds rank 6 at -$4 at 10:16 a.m. ET, miles ahead of Ansan in rank despite less firepower.
Streaming keeps detonating for Alphaman -$5,510.25 at 10:14 a.m. ET, as that symbol flipped from +488.88 to -5021.37 exclamation mark.
Leader versus chasers at 10:16 a.m. ET, PNA _ indicator at rank 6 Dwarfs and Sand at 21 and Alphaman at 24. This is a vertical separation inside the elevator.
Meanwhile, PNR _ indicator is practically flat at -$4 as of 10:16 a.m. ET. Boring maybe, but alive and ranked 6th.
Gasping, Ansan is bleeding in smaller cuts, while Alpha Man is taking giant hits, negative 792.45 versus negative 4,995.3 at 10:16 a.m. ET. That gap is brutal.
Another STLD shock at 10:13 a.m. ET, minus $5,083.65 for Alpha Man, as that position flipped from plus 488.88 to negative 4594.77 exclamation mark.
Bottom line at 10:16 a.m. ET, Panay indicator controls the high ground at rank 6. Ansan fights mid-pack at 21, and Alpha Man is digging out from rank 24.
$50 into Market Mayhem, and J.I. Bayou Dollar still commands the skyline with $4,716.6 cumulative at 10:20 a.m. ET. First place is fortified.
TQQ is a rocket ship. Bull Beast rips plus $655 at 10:18 a.m. ET, and then stacks another $595 at 10:19 a.m. ET. Back-to-back green detonations.
Chuck. He even clipped TSLA for plus $531.25 at 10:18 a.m. ET. That's how you press leverage without crying about it.
Microsoft joins the party. Lacan Gorsali clocks plus $406.55 at 10:18 a.m. ET and upgrades it to plus $569.88 at 10:19 a.m. ET. Steady ascension.
Meanwhile, AMZN keeps slapping in Sansaji minus $483 at 10:18 a.m. ET, and another minus $413 at 10:19 a.m. ET. That's death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Screaming detonating, minus $5,484.18 at 10:16 a.m. ET, minus $5,154.75 at 10:17 a.m. ET, and still bleeding at 10:19 a.m. ET. Ravi Kirangoli is in free fall.
Don't ignore Rahul Davis, $1,568 on the day and $691 cumulative at 10:20 a.m. ET. That's momentum knocking on the top 4.
Gasp, but the throne still belongs to GLW Dollar at $4,716.6. Cumulative at 10:20 a.m. ET, 5 hours and 40 minutes left to chase the king.
1,000 for first, 500 for second, 250 for third. Market Mayhem's elevator is shaking and the cables are still humming.
So you having it on your server is out of control, but you then are able to manage. You have to check. Yes, we're tracking the UA code. Yes, there's lots of history already taken. We've been tracking for several years. Expect a call from Gauntlet if they're
54 minutes into Market Mayhem and JAW still reigns supreme with $4,716.6 cumulative at 10:23 a.m. ET. This throne is reinforced steel.
That sequence, $835 at 10:21 a.m. ET, $764 at 10:22 a.m. ET, and now $798 at 10:23 a.m. ET on MMM constitutes statistically aggressive momentum clustering.
Gasping, MSFT keeps printing for La Kengursali, $569.88 at 10:19 a.m. ET, 457.08 at 10:20, 398.33 at 10:21. Clean control bursts.
His tournament total now sits at negative $4,191.16 as of 10:23 a.m. ET. That's not volatility, that's structural damage.
AMSN deducted $301 at 10:20 a.m. ET and earlier $413 at 10:19 a.m. ET for ANSAN Saji, compounding downside exposure in a remarkably consistent fashion.
Jayavir Madali now holds $1,553.11 cumulative at 10:23 a.m. ET. Second place is alive and hunting at $1,000 prize.
Meanwhile, La Kengursali sits at $957.7 cumulative at 10:23 a.m. ET. Quiet climb, no drama, just clean execution.
But the mountain is still JLW $4,716.6 cumulative at 10:23 a.m. ET and barely trading today. That's boss energy.
5 hours and 36 minutes left in this arena. Green surges, red avalanches, and a $1,750 prize pool hanging over every click. $58 minutes in, and JAW still reigns supreme with $4,716.6 cumulative at 10:28 a.m. ET. First place is glowing gold.
Just keeps printing, plus $712 at 10:27 a.m. ET on MMM for Javier Medali. This ticker is vibrating.
Don't forget, he tagged MMM for plus $835 at 10:21 a.m. ET too. That's not luck, that's leaning on a hot hand.
And La Kengursali fires MSFT for plus $324.3 at 10:27 a.m. ET. Third place tightening with $1,138.65 overall.
Meanwhile, SETI LD detonates again. minus $5,451 at 10:27 a.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. That's the kind of candle that ends careers.
The aggregate effect places Ravi Kirangoli at negative $4,603.54 cumulative at 10:28 a.m. ET, statistically distant from prize contention.
Don't sleep on Rahul Davis. $691 cumulative at 10:28 a.m. ET and 4 trades deep. He's lurking beneath the podium.
Ansan Saji has fired 6 trades and sits at $19.3 cumulative at 10:28 a.m. ET. That's a lot of noise for pocket change.
With $158.5 cumulative at 10:28 a.m. ET, Bull Beast's TQQQ volatility cluster suggests a high beta strategy, elevated variance, elevated opportunity.
The real chase is on. Jayaveer Madali at 1,557.11 versus JAW Dollar at 4,716.6 at 10:28 a.m. ET. The gap is massive, but the market is wilder than ever.
Bottom line at 10:28 a.m. ET, JAW Dollar holds first. The prize pool of 1,000 for the winner is still untouched, and 5.5 hours is plenty of time for another disaster.
You had the roadmap up when I interrupted. I don't know if you want to go through that.
One hour into Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still commands the throne with $4,716.6 cumulative in the tournament. This elevator belongs to the king.
Indeed, Cisco concurrently prints plus $594 at 10:31 a.m. ET for Jayaveer Madali. That dual symbol momentum materially reinforces his second place standing at $1,491.75 cumulative.
Bull Beast is surfing pure leverage. TQQ rips plus $435 at 10:31 a.m. ET, and the crowd can feel the volatility.
Groaning. That drops Ravi Kirangoli to minus $4,357.06 cumulative in the tournament. Dead last, and it's not even subtle.
Ansan Saji remains under structural pressure at minus $266.2 cumulative. Earlier AMZ extended losses by minus $341.25 at 10:29 a.m. ET, indicating persistent downside exposure.
And don't blink, MSFT keeps printing for like Angursali. Multiple pops between 10:28 and 10:31 a.m. ET. That's controlled aggression.
Phi Boost sits at $492.25 cumulative. TQQQ volatility is paying for now. Leverage giveth, leverage taketh away.
With 5 hours and 28 minutes remaining in the session, JAW Dollar maintains statistical control. However, the volatility regime we are observing suggests the leaderboard remains mathematically fluid.
At first glance, it looks good. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Excited to be working with you. Good luck. I won't hold knowing Stephen against you. Oh, you're 8 no. I like it.
It is Rahul _ versus Dead _ Cat _ Bounce versus Jayavir 116 in Market Mayhem, and at 10:36 a.m. ET, this elevator is a three-way knife fight for supremacy.
Chuck _ Cat _ Bounce is rank 1 at $1350 at 10:36 a.m. ET, but Rahul _ actually shows $1568 at the same 10:36 a.m. ET snapshot. More cash yet lower rank. That is tournament math being cruel.
From trough to now at 10:36 a.m. ET, Jayavir 116 has surged from minus 799.1 to plus 1287.25, while Dead _ Cat _ Bounce only dipped to minus 21.35 before stabilizing at 1350. That is pain tolerance versus precision.
Gasping stocks traded by Jayavir 116 at 10:36 a.m. ET and 0 shares logged versus Rahul _ firing 400 shares in just one stock. That is diversification versus concentration chaos.
Dead _ Cat _ Bounce sits at $1350 at 10:36 a.m. ET and guards rank 1 like a fortress, calm, green, and methodical.
Groaning. Jayavir 116 at $1,287.25 at 10:36 a.m. ET is pure open risk. Zero realized. Every dollar floating in the wind.
Rahul _ at $1568 versus Dead _ Cat _ Bounce at $1350 at 10:36 a.m. ET. More profit on one side, higher rank on the other. This is a split crown.
Chuck. Rahul _ climbed $1,593.5 over the window to reach $1568 at 10:36 a.m. ET. Jayavir 116 climbed $2,086.35 to hit 1287.25, bigger comeback, smaller stack.
3 styles at 10:36 a.m. ET. Rahul _ all realized at 1568. Dead _ cat _ bounce all realized at 1350. And Javir 116 floating 1287.25 unrealized. This is conviction versus patience versus exposure.
Rank 1 dead _ cat _ bounce at 1350, and rank 5 Rahul _ at 1568 as of 10:36 a.m. ET. One leads the board, the other leads the cash. Pick your champion.
You should see the opportunity in itself if you're going to be inside of potentially 100,000 students. So that's a big one. Social media follow up saying, there's a little exchange where we posted this at this university. So these items to get them excited, get buy-in, and say that's going to be on the list. Is where you get
1 hour and 10 minutes in, and JW Dollar still commands the summit with $4,716.6 cumulative in Market Mayhem. First place is glowing gold.
that's a massive refresh. Our network becomes our biggest refresh.
Chuck's $768 pop at 10:40 a.m. ET on MMM rescues his momentum, but remember he's sitting on $1,551.66 cumulative, respectable, not untouchable.
The $761.4 realization at 10:40 a.m. ET on MSFT materially strengthens Lakhangar tournament base to $1,448.85, consolidating third place with controlled exposure.
He's juggling TQQ and TSLA for quick bursts, but even with that $445 hit at 10:38 a.m. ET, Bull Beast sits at $168.5 cumulative mid-table grind.
Following that $306.25 decline at 10:40 a.m. ET on AME Zen, ANSEAN SAG's tournament tally rests at negative $11.2, statistically recoverable, psychologically taxing.
Groaning. That $5,673.78 hit at 10:40 a.m. ET drags his tournament total to negative $4,712.56. Last place is no longer a threat, it's a residence.
And don't sleep on Rahul Davis, $691. Cumulative keeps him prowling just outside the podium with 5 hours and 20 minutes left to strike.
Harsh Tambat creeping to $526.82 cumulative and just waiting for one spicy candle to light the fuse.
Bottom line at 10:40 a.m. ET, JAW Dollar leads the tournament life cycle with $4,716.6, but the intraday volatility says this throne still has trapdoors.
One hour and 14 minutes, into Market Mayhem, and JAW is still throne sitting with $4,716.6 cumulative as of 10:43 a.m. ET. Rank 1 is locked in iron.
The sequencing on MMM is statistically violent. 3 discrete upside impulses between 10:40 and 10:42 a.m. ET have stabilized his tournament total at $1,411.88, now rank 3 despite the compliance warning.
Gasping QQQ turnaround plus 445 at 10:36 a.m. ET, plus 485 at 10:37 a.m. ET, plus 375 at 10:41 a.m. ET, and 335 at 10:43 a.m. ET. Bull Beast is speed running leverage.
Observe MSFT $957.63 at 10:37 a.m. ET, then $853.05 at 10:39 a.m. ET, and $761.4 at 10:40 a.m. ET for Lacan Gorsali, consolidating rank 2 with $1,448.85 cumulative as of 10:43 a.m. ET.
Don't sleep on the mid pack. Rahul Davis is rank 4 with $691 cumulative as of 10:43 a.m. ET. One more spike, and second place is in range.
One hour and 18 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW still commands first place with $4,716.6 cumulative at 10:47 a.m. ET. The crown is glowing.
Observe the MMM sequence plus $768 at 10:40 a.m. ET, then $715 at 10:41, $641 at 10:42, and $396 at 10:46 for Jayaveer Madali. That is sustained upside pressure.
Gasping QQ flip for Bull Beast plus $375 at 10:41 a.m. ET, 335 at 10:43, and another 335 at 10:46. That's pure volatility surfing.
Conversely, AMZN continues to erode ANSAN Saji, minus $306.25 at 10:40 a.m. ET, and minus 320.25 at 10:46 a.m. ET. That is compounding downside exposure.
Groaning. And SETLD just carved Ravi Kirangoli again, minus $5,614.53 at 10:45 a.m. ET, then minus 5,484.18 at 10:47 a.m. ET. That's a crater, not a dip.
Quietly, Rahul Davis holds $691 cumulative at 10:47 a.m. ET, still within mathematical striking distance of the podium tiers.
But second place is Blazing Lakan Gursali at $1,448.85 cumulative at 10:47 a.m. ET, chasing that $1,000 first prize. At 10:51 a.m. ET, J Dollar is still the monarch of Market Mayhem with $4,716.6 cumulative. First place is Glowing Gold.
MMM just keeps printing for Javier Medali plus $507 at 10:44 a.m. ET, and then more follow through at 10:45 and 10:49 a.m. ET. That ticker is caffeinated.
Add it up and Javier Medali sits at $1,205.8 cumulative at 10:51 a.m. ET, but that disqualification warning is still hanging over his head like a margin call.
Rahul Davis flexing 4 trades and holding $691 cumulative at 10:51 a.m. ET. He is stalking that podium from 4th place.
Groaning. That CRM slide leaves Niraj Arora at negative $15 cumulative at 10:51 a.m. ET, 8 trades deep and paying tuition to the market.
Hi, AMZN inflicted minus $320.25 at 10:46 a.m. ET on AN Sansaji, compressing his tournament total to $428.3 as of 10:51 a.m. ET. Volatility clustering in action.
Even with that TQQQ sugar rush, Bull Beast is still negative $377.75 cumulative at 10:51 a.m. ET. Nice rally, long road.
CLD is absolute carnage, minus $5,697.48 at 10:44 a.m. ET, and still red at 10:51 a.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. This ticker is a boss fight.
One hour and 22 minutes in, 5 hours to go, and JAW dollar still commands a massive lead at 10:51 a.m. ET. Can anyone breach that $4,716.6 fortress? One hour and 26 minutes in, and JAW dollar is still the emperor. $4,716.6 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET, guarding that $1,000 first place prize like a fortress.
And that cascade leaves Ravi Kiran Goli at negative $3,463.57 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET. That's not a dip, that's a crater.
Meanwhile, MMM delivers plus $527 at 10:55 a.m. ET for Jayavir Madali, elevating his tournament total to $1,309.61 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET, statistically reinforcing third place.
Gasping CRM just slammed Niraj Arora for minus $549 at 10:53 a.m. ET. Straight red candles and no mercy.
After that CRM slide, Niraj Arora is clinging to $10.25 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET. 9 trades and barely above water.
AMAZN contributes another minus $320.25 at 10:46 a.m. ET for ANSN Saji, compounding intraday pressure in an already fragile position.
Don't sleep on Rahul Davis. $691 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET, and lurking in fourth, just one heater away from podium chaos.
Bull Beast is green on the day but still negative $22.75 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET. That's what happens when yesterday haunts you.
At the lower extremity, Manish Kapoor remains at negative $767 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET, statistically distant from prize contention.
And Sunil Sulia at negative $991 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET. This elevator has a basement and it is crowded.
Credit where it's due. Jayavir Madali turned MMM into a steady climb, and at $1,309.61 cumulative as of 10:55 a.m. ET, he's the only one even glancing at first place.
1 hour and 30 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW still commands first place with $4,716.6 cumulative as of 11 a.m. ET. This throne is reinforced still.
Mem just detonated for Javier Madeli plus $636 at 11 a.m. ET, and his daily PNL rockets to $994.23 at 11 a.m. ET.
Chaka MM sequence 502, 527, 571, now $636 by 11 a.m. ET. That's not luck. That's pressing the accelerator while others check the mirrors.
But on the other side, STLD is relentless. Ravi Kirangoli slammed for minus $4,109.58 at 11 a.m. ET, and his daily total now sits at negative $3,620.7 at 11 a.m. ET.
Gas Pink CRM is a waterfall for Niraj Arora minus 554, minus 644, minus 781.5, comma, and then minus $851.5 at 11 a.m. ET, dragging his daily PNL to negative $1,180.25 at 11 a.m. ET.
Meanwhile, Rahul Davis quietly stacking $691 cumulative as of 11 a.m. ET 4 trades, controlled aggression, still lurking just outside the podium.
Don't sleep on Abhijit Kaktikar, $315 on the day at 11 a.m. ET, but only $72.5 cumulative as of 11 a.m. ET. That's a comeback ignition.
At negative $164.6 cumulative as of 11 a.m. ET, Anil Sununi is skating on thin ice. 6 trades, not enough traction.
5 hours left in the session, and Ravi Kirangoli sits at negative $3,148.36 cumulative as of 11 a.m. ET. This is either the greatest elevator rebound ever or a basement excavation. 1 hour and 34 minutes into Market Mayhem and JAW is still the apex predator, $4,716.60 cumulative, untouched at the top of the elevator division.
Javier Madali just detonated MMM for $700 at 11:03 AM ET, and that combo chain is why he is rocketing inside the top 3.
Tuck MM push as Javier Madali sitting at $1,250.51 cumulative efficient, but he skipped a trading day and that warning shadow still lingers.
TSLA reversal, and SA Jaji flips the script for $530 at 11:03 AM ET and storms back into the green on the day.
Quantitatively, the TSLA sequence elevates ANS Anshaji to $1,153.80 cumulative, tightening the compression between ranks 3 and 4.
Absolute carnage. STLD just slammed Ravi Kiran Kohli for negative $3,905.76 at 11:03 AM ET. That is a leaderboard freefall.
And the volatility keeps punching. CRM drops Niraj Arora another $1,216.50 at 11:03 AM ET, compounding the BKNG bleed.
TSLA strikes again. Bull Beast eats a negative $580 hit at 11:02 AM ET, and the beast is suddenly very mortal.
Groaning. That drop leaves Bull Beast at negative $1,120.25 cumulative. Leverage cuts both ways.
V just clipped Anil Sununi for negative $341.50 at 11:03 AM ET, and the red wave keeps pushing him down the table.
Shebin T-Shaji sits at negative $126.25 cumulative 3 trades and still underwater. That is grind without glide.
Meanwhile, Rahul Davis is sneaky in 5th, $691 cumulative and 4 trades loaded. That is coil spring energy.
Do not ignore the mid-table surge. Harsh Tambat has clawed to $336.58 cumulative and is hunting that third place payday. Market Mayhem in the elevator division, and it is Foggy versus Behev 25 and name, ranked 16 and 17, locked in a red zone duel.
Groaning. At 3:59 PM ET on April 20th, Foggy closed at negative $79 while Behev 25 and finished at negative $91.12 apart and one rank between them.
Foggy's total P&L stands at negative $79 as of 3:59 PM ET on April 20th, fully realized with zero unrealized exposure.
Momentum check. Foggy slid $77.5 into the close, while Behev 25 and dropped $89.5 by 3:59 PM ET on April 20th. That is heavier downside velocity.
Notably, BHUV 25 and's peak of $28 occurred during the April 20th session, before the reversal carried him to -91 by 3:59 p.m. ET.
Aggression split. Foggy moved 200 shares in one stock, while Beefy 25 and fired 2,000 shares across four names by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th.
Risk posture is identical. Both traders show zero unrealized and fully realized losses at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, structurally flat into the next session.
Rank 16 belongs to Foggy right now, -$79 stamped at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, barely clinging above the drop line.
And rank 17 is BUV 25 and at -$91 as of 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, close enough to strike with one decent session.
Statistically speaking, a swing equivalent to BHUV 25 and AIN's earlier $28 peak on April 20th would be sufficient to overtake Foggy's -79 baseline.
One hour and 38 minutes into the session, and this mid-table fight could decide who even sniffs that $1,000 first place prize.
Groaning. Bottom line. At 3:59 p.m. ET on April 20th, Foggy sat at -79 and BUV 25 and at -91, and until one of them flips green, the elevator doors stay shut.
One hour 42 in the Market Mayhem, and JAW still reigns supreme with $5,103.6 cumulative as of 11:11 a.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize glowing in his sights.
Ansay and Saji just flipped TSLA for plus $823.5 at 11:10 a.m. ET, blasting that symbol from -113.7 to positive 709.8 in a single surge.
And do not forget the back-to-back combo, Cisco ripping for plus $669.63 at 11:10 a.m. ET. Javier Madali stacking green candles like trophies.
Groaning. BKNG was no mercy either. -$532 at 11:11 a.m. ET, and that kind of double hit explains why his tournament tally sits at -903.25 as of 11:11 a.m. ET.
Sneaky surge from Abhijit Kaktikar, WMT printing plus $357 at 11:09 a.m. ET, and nudging him upward with $110.5 cumulative as of 11:11 a.m. ET.
Down in the basement, Bull Beast sits at -$1,120.25 cumulative as of 11:11 a.m. ET, 6 trades in and still searching for traction.
With a single trade and -$2,835.52 cumulative as of 11:11 a.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Kohli illustrates the mathematical brutality of concentration risk.
1 hour and 46 minutes in the Market Mayhem and JAW dollar still rules the skyline with $5,231.6 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET. Rank 1 is fortified.
That propulsion lifts an SHI to $1,587.3 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET, consolidating second place and narrowing the psychological gap to the leader.
Chuck. He's sitting at $1,464.01 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET, third place, 0 trades logged on the board, and still flagged for a missed day. Efficient but living dangerously.
Even after that surge, Manish Kapoor remains at negative $767 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET, still ranked 20, but statistically back from the abyss.
Sighing, that leaves Ravi Kiran Goli at negative $2,918.47 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET, dead last, and the basement keeps getting deeper.
CRM is slicing through Niraj Arora, minus $1,046.5 at 11:16 a.m. ET, and the red tape is everywhere.
The cascade across CRM and BKNG compresses Niraj Arora to negative $1,108.75 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET, ranked 22 in deteriorating risk symmetry.
Groaning. He's parked at negative $311.1 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET, ranked 19 and fighting just to stay off the trapdoor.
And don't blink on Rahul Davis, $691 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET, with 1568 on the day. That's rank 5 prowling toward the podium.
Lakan Gursali holds fourth with $1,448.85 cumulative at 11:16 a.m. ET. Quiet positioning, minimal trades, high efficiency ratio.
One hour and 50 minutes into Market Mayhem and JAW dollar is still untouchable. $5,231.6 cumulative in the tournament as of 11:19 a.m. ET. The throne is reinforced.
Nanasane Shaji stabilizes in second with $1,587.3 cumulative as of 11:19 a.m. ET, a modest but statistically meaningful cushion over third.
Gasp, BKNG piles on, minus $604 at 11:19 a.m. ET. It is a double red combo and the health bar is flashing.
STLD detonates again, minus $3,820.44 at 11:19 a.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Goli. That is a red avalanche ripping through the arena.
The cumulative impact places Ravi Kiran Kohli at negative $2,859.22 in the tournament standings as of 11:19 a.m. ET, mathematically distant from podium equity.
Wait! Big win alert, plus $766.5 at 11:16 a.m. ET for Manish Kapoor. That is a last-second lifeline from the basement.
And don't forget Lahanga Sali, $1,448.85 cumulative as of 11:19 a.m. ET, quietly stalking the podium with precision strikes.
Rahul Davis holds $691 cumulative in the tournament as of 11:19 a.m. ET, respectable, yet requiring convex upside to breach the top three.
One hour and 54 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar still sits on the throne with $5,231.6 cumulative at 11:24 a.m. ET. First place is fortified.
That TSLA reversal mathematically shifts an SHE to $1,527.3 cumulative at 11:24 a.m. ET, compressing the gap beneath second place into a statistically fragile margin.
Gasping has been a volatility volcano. Another burst to $1,246.73 on the day at 11:24 a.m. ET, and he is juggling green and red like it is speed chess.
Groaning. That cascade leaves Ravi Kiran Kohli at negative $2,167.18 cumulative at 11:24 a.m. ET. One trade catastrophic variance.
CRM deducted $831.5 at 11:24 a.m. ET, and BKNG removed another $664 at 11:24 a.m. ET for Niraj Arora, reinforcing a drawdown spiral.
Second place Jayavir Madali holds $1,565.21 cumulative at 11:24 a.m. ET, but AN Saji is only a few green candles away from rewriting the podium.
Chuck Lipton Il Sununi for minus $485 at 11:21 a.m. ET and earlier minus $567.5 at 11:20 a.m. ET. Death by 1,000 card swipes.
2 hours in the Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar still sits on the throne with $5,231.6 cumulative at 11:27 a.m. ET. The crown is welded on.
That surge places Jayaveer Madali at $1,560.76 cumulative at 11:27 a.m. ET, statistically firm in second, though the missed trading day warning remains an asterisk beside the ascent.
Groen keeps bleeding Niraj Aurora minus $1,081.5 at 11:27 a.m. ET after a string of red prints. That's not volatility, that's a lesson.
And BKNG hammers again, minus $700 at 11:27 a.m. ET for Niraj Aurora. The floor is shaken under rank 23.
High LD just refuses mercy, minus $3,154.47 at 11:26 a.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. One trade, catastrophic footprint.
We've just sliced Anil Sunoon for minus $509 at 11:27 a.m. ET, ranked 19, and the red is spreading.
Meanwhile, Lakan Gorsali holds third with $1,448.85 cumulative at 11:27 a.m. ET. Steady pressure on the silver medal.
12 trades deep and $1,267.3 cumulative at 11:27 a.m. ET for AN Sansaji. Busy hands finally paid.
Two hours in the Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still reigns supreme with $5,231.6 cumulative at 11:32 a.m. ET. The $1,000 first prize is staring right at the throne.
Notably, that $671.75 TSLA realization at 11:31 a.m. ET expands AN Saji's tournament base to $1,256.55 cumulative, reinforcing fourth position with measurable momentum.
Gasping just clipped Jayaveer Madali for minus $329.7 at 11:31 a.m. ET. Right after that, Heater earlier momentum is wobbling.
But he is still holding second overall with $1,462.53 cumulative at 11:32 a.m. ET. Javier Madali refuses to surrender the $500 slot.
The cumulative consequence is severe. Ravi Kiran Kohli now sits at negative $2,238.28 overall at 11:32 a.m. ET, structurally isolated at the bottom of the table.
We keep tagging Anil Sonune, minus $586 at 11:30 a.m. ET after earlier hits. That tape is relentless.
Do not forget the steady climb. Lakan Gosali holds $1,448.85 cumulative at 11:32 a.m. ET, guarding third place and that $250 payout.
And at negative $1,120.25 cumulative at 11:32 a.m. ET, Bull Beast isn't hunting the podium, he's just trying to stop the bleeding.
Two hours and 6 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW still reigns supreme with $5,231.6 cumulative at 11:36 a.m. ET. The throne is electrified.
That TSLA sequence between 11:31 and 11:35 a.m. ET shows repeated upside impulses exceeding $700 per burst, statistically aggressive momentum clustering.
Gasping, and BKNG piles on, minus $710 at 11:35 a.m. ET for Neeraj Arora. That ticker is in full villain mode.
Detonates for Javier Madali, plus $1056 at 11:34 a.m. ET, and that is why he is hunting from second place with $1,502.21 cumulative.
Notably, the Lin pullback of $387.3 at 11:32 a.m. ET slightly dampened the MMM surge, yet the net effect preserves his rank 2 positioning.
V flips from green to disaster for Anil Sonune, minus $514.5 at 11:34 a.m. ET. That is a trapdoor through the elevator floor.
Meanwhile, Lakan Gosali holds firm in third with $1,448.85 cumulative at 11:36 a.m. ET. Steady hands in a storm of red candles.
Rahul Davis sits fifth with $691 cumulative at 11:36 a.m. ET, a mathematically viable launchpad should volatility rotate back in his favor.
2 hours and 22 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW still reigns supreme with $5,231.6 cumulative as of 11:52 a.m. ET, first place glowing like $1,000 prophecy.
That surge elevates Jayaveer Madali to $1,528.75 cumulative as of 11:52 a.m. ET, now firmly second on the grand leaderboard despite the disqualification warning.
Gasping, that drawdown drags Ravi Kiranguli to negative $1,946.77 cumulative as of 11:52 a.m. ET, ranked 24 and spiraling.
TSLA ignites for NSAN Saji plus $486.75 at 11:51 a.m. ET, and the daily climbs to $425.6 at 11:52 a.m. ET.
Siam smacked Niraj Arora for minus $14.49 at 11:51 a.m. ET, stacking on earlier hits and leaving his daily PNL at negative $2,277.25 at 11:52 a.m. ET.
At BKNG minus $724 at 11:51 a.m. ET, and this is a double red combo. Niraj Arora sinking to negative $1,827.25 cumulative as of 11:52 a.m. ET.
V inflicted minus $819 at 11:49 a.m. ET on Anil Sununi, contributing to a daily deficit of negative $889.5 at 11:52 a.m. ET, and a cumulative negative $836.6.
Two hours and 26 minutes in, and JAW still reigns supreme with $5,231.6 cumulative as of 11:56 a.m. ET. No one has cracked the fortress yet.
That MMM sequence between 11:52 and 11:55 a.m. ET represents three consecutive four-figure impulses, statistically elevating Jayaveer Madali to $1,540.86 cumulative as of 11:56 a.m. ET, and solidifying second place.
GSLA flip. Anasayan Saji rips plus $486.75 at 11:51 a.m. ET and keeps stacking into 11:55 a.m. ET. Momentum monster alert.
But CRM is an absolute avalanche for Niraj Arora. minus $1369 at 11:55 a.m. ET, and that ticker is showing zero mercy.
STLD just body slammed Ravi Kiran Goli again, minus $2,725.5 at 11:54 a.m. ET, after an even bigger hit at 11:52 a.m. ET. This chart is chaos.
The repeated STLD drawdowns between 11:51 and 11:54 a.m. ET culminate in Ravi Kiran Goli holding negative $1,745.32 cumulative as of 11:56 a.m. ET, an extreme volatility signature.
Two and a half hours in the Market Mayhem, and JAW dollar still dominates rank 1 with $5,231.6 cumulative as of 12 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize glowing brighter by the minute.
Statistically, that burst consolidates Jayaveer Madali in second with $1,466.96 cumulative as of 12 p.m. ET, narrowing the psychological gap to the summit despite the missed trading day warning.
He went from positive 488.88 to negative 2,196.33 on that symbol by 11:59 a.m. ET. STLD flipped the entire script in 6 minutes.
Meanwhile, TSLA is a rocket for Ansan Saji plus $335.5 at 11:55 a.m. ET, plus $408 at 11:57 a.m. ET, and another $444.25 at 11:58 a.m. ET. Three green surges back to back.
Siam and BKNG are dismantling Niraj Aurora, minus $1429 at 11:54 a.m. ET on CRM, minus $1369 at 11:55 a.m. ET. Then BKNG slicing another minus $658 at 11:57 a.m. ET, and minus $616 at 11:59 a.m. ET. Down at rank 20, Anil Sununi is digging out of negative $846.1 cumulative as of 12 p.m. ET after 21 trades. Volume without edge is just expensive noise.
From a risk perspective, Bull Beast remains last at negative $1,120.25 cumulative as of 12 p.m. ET, a drawdown profile that now requires asymmetric recovery to re-enter contention.
$2 and 34 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW still commands the skyline with $5,231.6 cumulative as of 12:03 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize glowing brighter by the minute.
Even with that chop, Javier Madali is holding $1,468.26 cumulative as of 12:03 p.m. ET, but a missed trading day warning still hangs over him like a compliance thundercloud.
That Tesla Thunder lifts a Saying Saggy to $1,188.15 cumulative as of 12:03 p.m. ET. Rank 4 is alive and hunting third place.
Groaning. That cascade leaves Ravi Kirangoli at negative $2,150.59 cumulative as of 12:03 p.m. ET, rank 24 and digging.
And CRM keeps swinging, minus $1,366.5 at 12:03 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, compounding the earlier BKNG hits and shaking the lower bracket.
Quiet but deadly Lakan Gursali still parked at $1,448.85 cumulative as of 12:03 p.m. ET, with only 2 trades, just $20 behind second place.
Meanwhile, Anil Sununi sits at negative $885.6 cumulative as of 12:03 p.m. ET after 26 trades. Activity without efficiency is just noise.
And do not sleep on the mid-table. Harsh Tambot at $336.58 cumulative as of 12:03 p.m. ET is one breakout away from storming the podium. Market Mayhem mid-table meltdown, Bull Beast versus PNA underscore indicator versus Alpha Man, ranks 22, 23, and 24, colliding with 3 hours 52 minutes left in the session.
Momentum check. Bull Beast has slid $868 into 12:08 p.m. ET, while PNA underscore indicator has dropped $1,931.75 into 12:08 p.m. ET, nearly double the downside velocity.
Bull Beast locked in negative $873, fully realized at 12:08 p.m. ET, zero unrealized cushion, pure realized damage on the books.
Gaspin AT detonated for minus $3,419.91 at 12:06 p.m. ET on Alphaman, flipping him from positive 488.88 to deep red and setting up that negative 2,942.88 total by 12:08 p.m. ET.
Aggression split. Bull Beast fired 2,700 shares across 3 stocks by 12:08 p.m. ET, while PNA underscore indicator traded 2050 shares across 5 names, more diversification, but heavier bleeding.
All 3 tagged red posture and slipping momentum by 12:08 p.m. ET. It is a synchronized downside dance in the elevator shaft.
Risk posture divergence, PNA underscore indicator, shows $54 realized against negative 2,093.25, unrealized at 12:08 p.m. ET, while Alphaman holds 488.88 realized versus negative 3,431.76, unrealized at 12:08 p.m. ET.
Groaning. The basement battle is tighter than it looks. Pona underscore indicator at negative 2039.25 and Alpha Man at negative 2942.88 as of 12:08 p.m. ET. Both one clean reversal away from reshuffling 23 and 24.
From a structural standpoint at 12:08 p.m. ET, Bull Beast is closest to break even, PNA underscore indicator is mid drawdown, and Alpha Man remains the most statistically extended to the downside.
Bull Beast trough is negative 873, while Alpha Man's abyss hit negative 5,139.87 earlier. That volatility gulf is massive.
Gaspin STLD struck again at 12:05 p.m. ET for minus $3,284.82 on Alphaman, the kind of hit that warps your entire daily curve.
With ranks 22, 23, and 24 locked at 12:08 p.m. ET, one surge can flip this entire trio. But right now, the elevator is dropping, and nobody has found the brakes. Two hours and 42 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW still commands the skyline with $5,231.6 cumulative at 12:12 p.m. ET, rank 1 untouched, and the $1,000 prize glowing.
That sequence elevates Jayaveer Madali to $1,498.01 cumulative at 12:12 p.m. ET, firmly second place, despite a compliance warning for a missed session.
That Tesla torque locks Ansan Saji at $1,275.5 cumulative at 12:12 p.m. ET. Third place is fortified and the podium pressure is real.
The cumulative effect places Nimish K. Singh at $342.8 for the tournament at 12:12 p.m. ET, a statistically meaningful recovery toward the top 5 cluster.
The damage leaves Niraj Arora at negative $1,553.75 cumulative at 12:12 p.m. ET, rank 23, and sliding toward the red abyss.
Consequently, Ravi Kiran Goli now registers negative $2,503.72 cumulative at 12:12 p.m. ET, statistically isolated at the bottom of the standings.
It is dead_cat_bounce versus Alpha Man versus PNA_indicator in Market Mayhem rank 1 against ranks 24 and 23 in a pure altitude check.
Groaning dead_cat_bounce is green and improving. Alpha Man is red and slipping. Rank 1 versus rank 24 tells you who's controlling damage.
Momentum check. Dead_cat_bounce up 1,886.35 over the window, while PNA_indicator slides 2,197.25 the other way. Opposite rockets at 12:16 p.m. ET.
Dead_cat_bounce is planted at $1,865 as of 12:16 p.m. ET, and every cent is realized. Zero unrealized exposure. Pure locked-in dominance.
Aggression meter dead_cat_bounce. Traded 3,260 shares across 3 stocks, PNA_indicator 2050 shares across 5, and Alpha Man just 252 shares across 2 different risk appetites entirely.
And the troughs are brutal. Alpha Man cratered to negative 5,509.59 at 9:52 a.m. ET today, while PNA_indicator sinks to negative 2,304.75 at 12:16 p.m. ET.
CRM smashes PNA_indicator for negative $1,501.5 at 12:15 p.m. ET, and that is gasoline on an already red dashboard.
Minutes earlier at 12:14 p.m. ET, BK Kenji deducted $760 from PNA_indicator, compounding the structural drawdown.
Leader versus chasers. dead_cat_bounce at 1865 at 12:16 p.m. ET towers over Alpha Man at negative 2,919.18 and PNA underscore indicator at negative 2304.75 exclamation mark.
Between Alpha Man and PNA underscore indicator, it's a battle of slipping momentum, negative 2,883.63 versus negative 2,197.25 over the window, both bleeding into 12:16 p.m. ET.
3 styles, 1 arena. Clinical execution from dead_cat_bounce. Defensive survival from Alpha Man. And high exposure stress from PNA underscore indicator.
Gasping rank 1 versus rank 24, and the gap at 12:16 p.m. ET is a canyon. 1865 up top, negative 2,919.18 below.
With 3 hours and 44 minutes left in the session, dead_cat_bounce commands, while Alpha Man and PNA underscore indicator must engineer statistically improbable reversals from their 12:16 p.m. ET positions.
Two hours and 50 minutes in the Market Mayhem and JW Dollar still commands the arena with $5,231.6 cumulative at 12:20 p.m. ET. The throne is glowing gold.
That AMD sequence, 315, 438, and now $497 by 12:20 p.m. ET, constitutes a statistically aggressive recovery arc for Nimish K. Singh.
Gasping, explodes again, plus $988 at 12:19 p.m. ET for Javier Medali. That candle is a skyscraper.
TSLA strikes back, plus $459.25 at 12:19 p.m. ET for ANC and Saji. The comeback choir is singing.
SILD detonated for minus $3,905.76 at 12:18 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. One ticker, full portfolio devastation.
But up top, the chase is alive. Lakin Guasali holds $1,448.85 cumulative at 12:20 p.m. ET, stalking the silver with predator patience.
Meanwhile, Niraj Arora sinks to negative $1,766.75 cumulative at 12:20 p.m. ET. CRM didn't just miss, it misfired repeatedly.
With $1,243 cumulative at 12:20 p.m. ET, ANC and Saji remains within probabilistic striking distance of second, contingent on continued TSLA volatility.
It is Alpha Man versus PNA underscore indicator versus Anason and Market Mayhem. And at 12:24 p.m. ET, Anason leads this trio with negative $878.5, ahead of PNA underscore indicator at negative $2,530.25, and Alpha Man at negative 3710.76 exclamation mark.
Gowerman at negative $3,710.76 at 12:24 p.m. ET is bleeding more heavily than PNA underscore indicator at negative 2530.25, and both are chasing a leader who is simply less red.
PNA underscore indicator has declined $2,422.75 by 12:24 p.m. ET versus a Nielsen down 878.42, indicating the chaser is absorbing nearly triple the downside velocity.
Nielsen sits at negative $878.5 at 12:24 p.m. ET with negative $889.5 realized and just $11 unrealized, meaning the damage is mostly locked in.
Gas PLD just nuked Alpha Man for negative $3,905.76 at 12:18 p.m. ET, flipping him from 488.88 to negative 3,416.88 in a single brutal swing.
Then 12:23 p.m. ET CRM deducted $1,611.5 from PNA underscore indicator, deepening the slide from negative 891.75 to negative 2,503.25 in a single print.
Tuckle Verman trades just 252 shares across two stocks by 12:24 p.m. ET, while PNA underscore indicator fires 2050 shares across 5 names. Same red, very different trigger fingers.
Compare risk posture. Alpha Man shows $488.88 realized against negative $4,199.64 unrealized at 12:24 p.m. ET, whereas a Nielsen has largely crystallized losses at negative 889.5 realized.
Krona underscore indicator bottomed at negative 2,530.25 by 12:24 p.m. ET. But Alpha Man's trough is far deeper at negative 5,040.33. One drawdown is ugly, the other is catastrophic.
Cumulatively, PNA underscore indicator stands at negative $2,530.25 at 12:24 p.m. ET, with only $54 realized, implying most exposure remains open and vulnerable.
At 12:24 p.m. ET, they are separated by thousands of dollars but united by red screens, and only one of them is currently losing the least.
With 3.5 hours left in Market Mayhem, a Nielsen defense ranked 20 at negative 878.5 at 12:24 p.m. ET, while PNL underscore indicator and Alpha Man hunt a comeback from much deeper drawdowns. This fight is far from over.
Nearly 3 hours in the Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar is still king with $5,231.6 cumulative at 12:27 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing red hot.
And it was not a one-off. BKNG ripped $706 from Niraj Arora at 12:26 p.m. ET, compounding a brutal slide down to rank 23.
The aggregate effect places Niraj Arora at negative $2,117.75 cumulative at 12:27 p.m. ET, statistically detached from mid-table gravity.
One trade and a $4,199.64 hit at 12:24 p.m. ET. That is how you sink to negative $3,281.08 cumulative by 12:27 p.m. ET.
Strikes again for Javier Madali, plus $988 at 12:19 p.m. ET. That is a power surge into the top 3.
TSLA keeps pumping, and SN Saji plus $459.25 at 12:19 p.m. ET, and that volatility is pure rocket fuel.
14 trades deep and sitting on $938 cumulative at 12:27 p.m. ET. AN Sansaji is grinding, not gambling.
AMD flips the script for Nimish K. Singh plus $497 at 12:20 p.m. ET. That is a lifeline thrown into the Red Sea.
Sequential AMD impulses of $315, $438, and $497 between 12:18 and 12:20 p.m. ET illustrate volatility clustering, yet he remains at negative $99.8 cumulative at 12:27 p.m. ET.
Three hours into Market Mayhem, and JAW dollar still commands the summit with $5,231.6 cumulative as of 12:31 p.m. ET. $1,000 for first is glowing above that throne.
That $4,334.73 STLD drawdown at 12:31 p.m. ET mathematically cements Ravi Kiran Goli at negative $3,373.51 cumulative as of 12:31 p.m. ET, rank 24 and statistically isolated.
Gas Spiral drags Neeraj Arora to negative $1,992.75 cumulative as of 12:31 p.m. ET. BKNG and CRM are tag teaming him off the leaderboard cliff.
With $914.25 cumulative as of 12:31 p.m. ET, ANSAN Saji remains within probabilistic reach of third should volatility continue clustering in TSLA.
Even with that AMD bounce at 12:29 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh sits at negative $193.8 cumulative as of 12:31 p.m. ET. Nice rally, still a hole to climb out of.
Jayavir Madali now registers $1,372.71 cumulative as of 12:31 p.m. ET, rank 3 overall yet carrying a documented missed trading day that could alter eligibility calculus.
It is high noon in Market Mayhem, and we have a three-way ladder fight. Anusha 25_12 versus Madhav Zerv versus Foggy inside the elevator division.
Screaming Anusha 25_12 blasts to a $418 upswing into 12:36 p.m. ET, while Foggy rides a $171 climb into 12:36 p.m. ET. That is a momentum drag race.
Anusha 25_12 stands at rank 9 with $417 at 12:36 p.m. ET, and that green posture is glowing.
Compare the swings. Madhav Zerv peaked at $141.61 at 1:45 p.m. ET yesterday, while Foggy peaks at $169.5 at 12:36 p.m. ET today. Different ceilings, different tempo.
Madhav Zerv sits at rank 10 with $102.08 at 3:59 p.m. ET. Yesterday, low activity but clean execution.
Foggy holding rank 11 with $169.5 at 12:36 p.m. ET. All of it unrealized firepower waiting to crystallize.
But Foggy only needed 100 shares into 12:36 p.m. ET to print $169.5, while Madhav Zerv needed 510 shares for $102.08 at 3:59 p.m. ET yesterday. Efficiency monster alert.
Rank 9 versus rank 10 versus rank 11, separated by just a few $100 at their latest timestamps. This is a mid-table knife fight.
Statistically, the move from minus $250 at 3:52 p.m. ET yesterday to $417 at 12:36 p.m. ET marks the strongest absolute swing in this trio.
And Madhav Zerv barely tasted red at minus $2.47 at 1:28 p.m. ET yesterday before closing at $102.08 by 3:59 p.m. ET, conservative but controlled.
Anusha 25_12 at $417 at 12:36 p.m. ET versus Foggy at $169.5 at 12:36 p.m. ET. That is the gap the chasers must close.
3 traders, 1 stock each, and only a few $100 separating rank 9, 10, and 11 at their layest timestamps. This elevator shaft is getting tight.
With 3 hours and 24 minutes left in the session, this mid-pack battle could still flip, but right now Anusha 25_12 holds the edge.
Three hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW still sits on the throne with $5,231.6 cumulative as of 12:40 p.m. ET. Rank 1, untouched, untouchable.
That sequence lifts Jayavir Madali to $1,431.36 cumulative as of 12:40 p.m. ET, statistically narrowing the gap with Lakangar Sali for second place.
Gascade leaves Ravi Kirangoli at negative $2,970.61 cumulative as of 12:40 p.m. ET, ranked 24 and still falling.
AMD refuses to cool down another $326 at 12:39 p.m. ET for Nimish K. Singh. That chip is cooking momentum.
Despite the rebound, Nimish K. Singh remains at negative $165.3 cumulative as of 12:40 p.m. ET, which keeps him in 16th place overall.
The cumulative damage drops Niraj Arora to negative $1,942.25 as of 12:40 p.m. ET, ranked 23 and staring up at the mountain.
That places Anessa and Saji at $993 cumulative as of 12:40 p.m. ET, holding fourth while the podium battle tightens above.
Tied quietly in second. La Congorsali sits at $1,448.85 cumulative as of 12:40 p.m. ET. Only 2 trades. Maximum efficiency.
Three hours and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar still rules the tower with $5,231.6 cumulative as of 12:44 p.m. ET, rank 1, untouched, untouchable.
The cumulative consequence is measurable. Jayaveer Madali now stands at $1,336.96 overall as of 12:44 p.m. ET, third place, despite the prior inactivity warning.
That avalanche drags Niraj Arora to negative $1,847.25 cumulative as of 12:44 p.m. ET, ranked 23 and staring at the basement.
The structural damage is severe. Ravi Kiran Kohli now registers negative $3,098.59 in total tournament performance as of 12:44 p.m. ET, anchored at rank 24.
Do not forget Lakan Gursali, $1,448.85 cumulative as of 12:44 p.m. ET. Only 2 trades and still second place. Efficiency incarnate.
A modest reprieve for Anil Sanune. added $314 at 12:42 p.m. ET, trimming but not erasing a cumulative negative $528.6 as of 12:44 p.m. ET.
3 hours and 18 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still sits on the golden throne with $5,231.6 cumulative at 12:47 p.m. ET, rank 1 in radiating champion energy.
That impulse mathematically stabilizes Jayaveer Madali at $1,299.46 cumulative as of 12:47 p.m. ET, retaining third place despite the prior compliance warning.
STLD just absolutely obliterated Ravi Kiran Kohli, minus $4,010.04 at 12:45 p.m. ET. That is a trapdoor through the basement floor.
The cumulative ledger now shows Ravi Kiran Kohli at negative $3,055.93 as of 12:47 p.m. ET, rank 24 and statistically isolated from the competitive pack.
Groaning, CRM piled on another minus $1,479 at 12:47 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and the daily sits at negative $2,364.75 at 12:47 p.m. ET. That is sustained volatility in the wrong direction.
Meanwhile, Lakangar Sali is chilling in second with $1,448.85 cumulative at 12:47 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, low volume, high precision, sniper mode engaged.
Three hours and 22 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still rules the skyline with $5,231.6 cumulative at 12:51 p.m. ET. First place glowing like pure gold.
Groaning, that BKNG bleed stacks onto the CRM hits and leaves Niraj Arora at negative $1,822.25 cumulative at 12:51 p.m. ET, rank 23, and digging.
The cumulative consequence is severe. Ravi Kiran Kohli now registers negative $3,553.63 in the tournament standings at 12:51 p.m. ET, structurally isolated at rank 24. That TSLA impulse stabilizes NSAN Saji at $1,055.5 cumulative at 12:51 p.m. ET, preserving fourth place within the upper cluster.
Gasping, rewind the tape. Mem blasted plus $882 at 12:47 p.m. ET for Javier Medali, and that surge is why he is still clinging to second.
But do not blink. Lacan Gusali sits at $1,448.85 cumulative at 12:51 p.m. ET in third place, barely a strike away from second and the $500 prize tier. Rank 11 Profawar 07, rank 12 Prowler, rank 13 Trillionaire 01. This is a three-way knife fight in the middle of the elevator.
As of 3:59 p.m. ET yesterday, Prof Power 07 closed at negative $2.7, while at 12:56 p.m. ET today, Prowler sits at negative 127.75 and Trillionaire 01 at positive 84.79, a dramatic polarity split.
Gas Profawar 07 barely slipped to negative $2.7 at 3:59 p.m. ET yesterday. That is damage control, not disaster.
Compare the slide. Prof Power 07 down $2.65 into 3:59 p.m. ET yesterday versus Prowler down 123.25 into 12:56 p.m. ET today. Vastly different velocity profiles.
All three show zero unrealized at their last marks. Prof Parwa 07 at 3:59 p.m. ET yesterday, Prowler and Trillionaire 01 at 12:56 p.m. ET today, meaning every scar is locked in.
Aggression check. Profawar 07, only 40 shares and one stock by 3:59 p.m. ET yesterday. Prowler 146 shares, one stock by 12:56 p.m. ET. And Trillionaire 01 a wild 2422 shares across 8 stocks by 12:56 p.m. ET.
From positive 139.5 at 1:42 p.m. ET yesterday to negative 127.75 at 12:56 p.m. ET today. Prowler is living the full roller coaster.
Leader of this trio is Prof. Parwar 07 at rank 11, chased by Prowler at 12 and Trillionaire 01 at 13. But the green glow belongs to Trillionaire 01 right now.
Trillionaire 01 positive 84.79 at 12:56 p.m. ET versus Prowler negative 127.75 at 12:56 p.m. ET. That is a $212.54 gap inside the same timestamp.
One trader collapsed from 139.5 at 1:42 p.m. ET yesterday to negative territory today. The other climbed from negative 116.61 at 11:04 a.m. ET yesterday to positive 84.79 at 12:56 p.m. ET today. Opposite destinies. Three and a half hours into Market Mayhem, and JAW still reigns supreme with $5,231.6 cumulative at 1 p.m. ET, rank 1 untouched, and the $1,000 crown glowing.
That late surge positions Jayaveer Medali at $1,419.81 cumulative at 1 p.m. ET, statistically compressing the gap with Lekangur Sali for second place.
That avalanche drops Niraj Arora to negative $2,361.25 cumulative at 1 p.m. ET, ranked 23, and sliding toward the tournament basement.
The cumulative consequence leaves Ravi Kirangoli at negative $3,416.17 overall at 1 p.m. ET, structurally isolated at the bottom of the standings.
Quiet but deadly, Lakangar Sali holds second with $1,448.85 cumulative at 1 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. Efficiency like a sniper on the rooftop.
Rahul Davis remains an intriguing anomaly, $691 cumulative at 1 p.m. ET, yet a strong daily showing suggests latent upward mobility in the rankings.
And the mid-table is alive. Harsh Tambot at $336.58 cumulative at 1 p.m. ET is one breakout away from flipping this whole leaderboard. 3 hours and 34 minutes, and the Market Mayhem and JAW dollar is still king with $5,231.6 cumulative at 1:04 p.m. ET, rank 1 glowing, and the $1,000 prize in clear sight.
The aggregate places Jayaveer Madali at $1,338.21 cumulative at 1:04 p.m. ET, third overall, mathematically within striking distance of second despite the prior compliance warning.
Gasping and BKNG piled on, minus $716 at 1:03 p.m. ET for Neeraj Arora. That is back-to-back red candles punching him toward the basement.
The cumulative consequence is stark. Neeraj Arora now sits at negative $2,056.75 for the tournament at 1:04 p.m. ET, rank 23, and statistically isolated from the mid-table.
One ticker, one trade count of 1, and Ravi Kiran Goli is now negative $3,800.11 cumulative at 1:04 p.m. ET, dead last and bleeding out.
Meanwhile, Ensign Sajuel is grinding with 14 trades and $1,085.5 cumulative at 1:04 p.m. ET. Quiet pressure building right under the podium.
Do not ignore La Congressali, $1,448.85 cumulative at 1:04 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. That efficiency is terrifying for everyone above.
And Bull Beast parked at negative $1,120.25 cumulative at 1:04 p.m. ET, 6 trades. Plenty of heat, not much light.
Market Mayhem traders compare dead_cat_bounce versus Alpha Man, rank 1 against rank 24, with 2 hours 52 minutes left in the session.
Groaning. Momentum split is brutal. Dead_cat_bounce up $1,886.35 on the window, while Alpha Man is down $4,025.97 by 1:08 p.m. ET. That is acceleration in opposite directions.
Trow contrast is equally telling. Dead_cat_bounce dipped to negative 21.35 at the open, while Alpha Man spiraled to negative 4,995.3 earlier in the session.
Aggression gap, dead_cat_bounce, pushed 3,260 shares across 3 stocks while Alpha Man moved just 252 shares in 2 names by 1:08 p.m. ET, size and conviction worlds apart.
While 1:07 p.m. ET STLD hit Alpha Man for negative $4,616.76, swinging him from 488.88 to negative 4,127.88 in a single violent sequence.
Groaning, leader versus struggler, rank 1 against rank 24 at 1:08 p.m. ET, and the equity curves are not even in the same universe.
Screaming kept hammering Alpha Man at 1:06 p.m. ET for negative $4,758.96. That ticker just would not let him breathe.
From a structural view at 1:08 p.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce shows improving momentum and green posture, while Alpha Man remains red and statistically extended.
Alpha Man at negative $4,061.52 at 1:08 p.m. ET is fighting math and time with less than 3 hours to repair the damage.
One trader climbing from negative 21.35 at the open to green glory, the other falling from 720.68 to deep red. This is a split screen saga.
Quantitatively speaking, at 1:08 p.m. ET, the realized dominance of dead_cat_bounce versus the heavy unrealized drag on Alpha Man defines this matchup.
It is dead_cat_bounce versus Alpha Man versus Shebin at 1:12 p.m. ET, rank 1 towering over ranks 24 and 15 in Market Mayhem.
Chucked_cat_bounce has every dollar realized, $1,865 fully locked at 1:12 p.m. ET, 0 unrealized baggage.
STLD just obliterated Alpha Man for negative $4,747.11 at 1:11 p.m. ET. One hit and the screen goes blood red.
Momentum war, dead_cat_bounce up 1,886.35 over the window into 1:12 p.m. ET, while Alpha Man bleeds 4,025.97 in the opposite direction.
Alpha Man shows 488.88 realized against negative 4,550.4 unrealized at 1:12 p.m. ET, while Shebin is fully realized at negative 110.57 pain versus precision.
Leader versus mid-pack, dead_cat_bounce at 1865 at 1:12 p.m. ET, Dwarf Shebin at negative 110.57, different universes on the same ladder.
Groaning, At 1:08 p.m. ET, STLD slammed Alphaman for negative $4,550.4, flipping him from positive $488.88 to negative $4,061.52 in a heartbeat.
3 trajectories into 1:12 p.m. ET, 1 climbing Titan in dead_cat_bounce, 1 collapsing giant in Alphaman, and 1 scraping for air in Sheben.
High Alphaman down 4,025.97 over the window into 1:12 p.m. ET. Sheben down 110.141 is a collapse, the other a paper cut.
Peak check, dead_cat_bounce, blasted to 3,137.4 at 11:31 am ET on April 20th, while Alphaman topped at 720.68 at 1:59 p.m. ET. The same day, ceiling difference is massive.
The trough of negative 5,279.7 at 10:05 a.m. ET today still haunts Alphaman, even as he stabilizes at negative 4,061.52 at 1:12 p.m. ET.
At 1:12 p.m. ET, the board is clear, rank 1 green and composed, rank 15 bruised, rank 24 scrambling. The elevator only rewards one of them.
It is Mad Havzer versus Bull Beast versus Alphaman and Market Mayhem, ranked 16 against 22 and 24 in a straight altitude check.
As of 1:16 p.m. ET, Madhavzur stands at negative $284.33, Bull Beast at negative $873, and Alphaman at negative $4,047.3, all locked at the 1:16 p.m. ET snapshot.
Screaming Dodge just obliterates Alphaman for negative $4,619.13 at 1:15 p.m. ET, flipping him from positive $488.88 to negative $4,130.25 in one savage snap.
Momentum over the window shows Madhavzur down 285.58, Bull Beast down 868, and Alphaman down 4,011.75 as of 1:16 p.m. ET, 3 slipping trajectories, 1 far steeper.
Groaning Bull Beast peaked at 722 at 10:37 a.m. ET today and bottomed at negative 873 at 11:19 a.m. ET, but Alphaman's swing from 674.21 yesterday to negative 5,279.7 today is pure whiplash.
Risk posture divergence is stark. Madhavzur shows 0 realized and negative 284.33 unrealized at 1:16 p.m. ET. Bull Beast is fully realized at negative 873, while Alphaman carries 488.88 realized against negative 4,536.18 unrealized.
Bull Beast slips 868 over the window, while Alphaman free falls 4,011.75 by 1:16 p.m. ET. That's a stumble versus a cliff dive.
At 1:16 p.m. ET, Alphaman sits at negative 4,047.3 overall, despite 488.88 realized gains earlier. Variance has overwhelmed realized discipline.
Groaning. Bull Beast locks in the full negative 873 realized at 1:16 p.m. ET, no unrealized cushion, just booked pain.
All 3 are red at 1:16 p.m. ET, but Madhavzur is barely underwater, Bull Beast is bruised, and Alphaman is in survival mode.
With negative 284.33 at 1:16 p.m. ET and only one stock traded, Madhavzara's profile suggests concentrated exposure rather than diversified experimentation.
Alphaman's trough at negative 5,279.7 at 10:30 a.m. ET still looms over the chart, even with the current negative 4,047.3 at 1:16 p.m. ET.
At 1:20 p.m. ET, JL dollar is thundering at $5,617.48 cumulative in Market Mayhem, and the leader just stacked TQQ and SQQ for a combined $827 surge at 1:20 p.m. ET.
That pulse at 1:20 p.m. ET mathematically stabilizes Jayaveer Medali at $1,393.36 cumulative for the tournament, rank 3, though eligibility remains conditional due to the missed session.
It did not stop there. BKNG slammed him for minus $1024 at 1:20 p.m. AT, and TQQ clipped another minus 533.25 at 1:20 p.m. AT. That is combo damage.
Meanwhile, the Silver Throne is steady. Lakanga Sali holds $1,448.85 cumulative at 1:20 p.m. ET with only 2 trades, precision over chaos.
SILD detonated again for Ravi Kiran Kohli, minus $4,623.87 at 1:19 p.m. ET, and he is buried at negative $3,660.28 cumulative.
TSLA just flipped savage, minus $559.5 at 1:20 p.m. ET for AN Sansaji, turning a green day into negative 330 in seconds.
Consecutive TSLA downdrafts of minus 493.43 at 1:19 p.m. ET and minus 631.13 at 1:20 p.m. ET leave Madhav S. Ravi at negative $497.17 cumulative, rank 18.
The throne is fortified. JAW dollar stands atop Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 1:23 p.m. ET, the $1,000 crown glowing brighter by the minute.
Gorsali is statistically tethered to the podium at $1,448.85 cumulative as of 1:23 p.m. ET, a mere $10 delta from second in a remarkably compressed spread.
And BKNG slams him again for minus $962 at 1:23 p.m. ET. That is a double combo hit in the same minute.
TQQ twists the knife, minus $470.25 at 1:23 p.m. ET, and Dayrade Aurora sinks to negative $3,219.75 cumulative as of 1:23 p.m. ET, ranked 23 under siege.
Thigh Blast leaves Ravi Kirangoli at negative $4,084.51 cumulative as of 1:23 p.m. ET, anchored at rank 24 with almost no trades to offset it.
TSLA reverses sharply against ANSH Saji for minus $484.5 at 1:22 p.m. ET, a volatility spike that drags his daily positioning back into drawdown.
Guess PQQ prints plus $433 for JLW's dollar at 1:20 p.m. ET, and SQQ stacks another $394 at 1:20 p.m. ET. That is a volatility straddle, paying twice.
MMM subtracts $307 from Anil Sununi at 1:20 p.m. ET, reinforcing his cumulative deficit of negative $1,155.6 as of 1:23 p.m. ET, despite high trade frequency.
"4 hours in the Market Mayhem, and JAW dollar stands supreme with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 1:28 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize practically glowing in his hands.
Yeah, MM just detonated for Jabir Medali plus $1084 at 1:26 p.m. ET. That is a vertical candle punching him back into the spotlight.
Even with that $1084 MM pop at 1:26 p.m. ET, he is still flagged for a missed day. Nice rally, but compliance risk is lurking.
Gasping CRM just ripped $2,121.5 from Dayrade Aurora at 1:27 p.m. ET. That ticker is swinging a sledgehammer.
That cascade leaves Dayrade Aurora at negative $2,890.25 cumulative as of 1:28 p.m. ET, ranked 23 and drifting farther from mid-table oxygen.
Screaming Dubstop just obliterated Ravi Kirangoli for $5,131.05 at 1:27 p.m. ET. That is not a dip, that is a sinkhole.
Post that $5,131.05 STLD shock at 1:27 p.m. ET. Ravi Kirangoli registers negative $4,093.99 cumulative as of 1:28 p.m. ET, statistically isolated at rank 24.
Groaning. Clipped Anil Sununi for $364 at 1:25 p.m. ET, and he now sits at negative $1,002.6 cumulative as of 1:28 p.m. ET, 26 trades and still underwater.
TSLA reversed sharply against Ansane Saji for $484.5 at 1:22 p.m. ET, yet he preserves $265.5 cumulative as of 1:28 p.m. ET, rank 7 and still solvent.
Four hours in, and JAW dollar still reigns supreme with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 1:32 p.m. ET. That throne is glowing with first place energy.
BKNG just slammed Niraj Arora for minus $880 at 1:31 p.m. ET, and that is another volatility punch to the gut.
Groaning. And CRM carved out another minus $2,091.5 at 1:31 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora. That ticker is not a trade, it is a wood chipper.
TQQQ piles on with minus $438.75 at 1:31 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, triple leverage and triple chaos.
That $4,813.47 STLD drawdown at 1:31 p.m. ET statistically entrenches Ravi Kirangoli at negative $3,892.54 cumulative as of 1:32 p.m. ET, last on the board.
TSLA flips against Ansane Saji for minus $435.75 at 1:31 p.m. ET. That is momentum betrayal in real time.
Amid the turbulence, Lakhan Gorsali remains composed in third with $1,448.85 cumulative as of 1:32 p.m. ET, quietly defending podium territory.
And do not forget the grinder, Nimish K. Singh, at $912.2 cumulative as of 1:32 p.m. ET with 30 trades. Relentless pressure in this elevator. 4 hours and 6 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW still commands the skyline with $5,650.85 cumulative at 1:36 p.m. ET, rank 1 in glowing like championship gold.
STLD just nuked Ravi Kirangoli for minus $5,059.95 at 1:35 p.m. ET, and that is a trapdoor straight to rank 24.
After that 1:35 p.m. ET hit on STLD, Ravi Kirangoli sits at negative $4,082.14 cumulative at 1:36 p.m. ET, and that hole is not shallow.
Gas PKNG just clipped Niraj Arora for minus $794 at 1:35 p.m. ET, and CRM piled on another minus $1,994 at 1:35 p.m. ET. That is a red combo chain. APP just smacked Keshav Guik for minus $580.25 at 1:35 p.m. ET, and that volatility is feral.
The cumulative effect leaves Keshav Geek at negative $785.75 overall at 1:36 p.m. ET, 19th place and statistically deteriorating.
Do not sleep on Lakan Gusali holding third with $1,448.85 cumulative at 1:36 p.m. ET. Quiet footsteps climbing toward that $250 podium prize.
Anil Sanooni is buried at negative $1,113.6 cumulative at 1:36 p.m. ET, 21st place and 26 trades deep with not much to show for it.
Four hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW still commands first place with $5,650.85 in total tournament performance as of 1:40 p.m. ET. No one has cracked the throne.
The cumulative effect is devastating. Ravi Kirangoli now sits at negative $4,551.4 in total tournament performance as of 1:40 p.m. ET, statistically entrenched at rank 24.
And it stacks. BKNG minus $864 at 1:37 p.m. ET, and CRM already bleeding before that. Niraj Arora cannot catch a green tick.
Accordingly, Niraj Arora registers negative $2,427.25 in overall tournament performance as of 1:40 p.m. ET, holding rank 23, with limited margin for further error. The math confirms it. Jayaveer Madali stands at $1,616.61 in total tournament performance as of 1:40 p.m. ET, rank 2 despite the earlier inactivity warning.
Chake hit Keshav Geek 3 times in a row, finishing with minus $760.25 at 1:39 p.m. ET. That is what overtrading into a slide looks like.
Quietly, Lakhang Grisali maintains third place with $1,448.85 in total tournament performance as of 1:40 p.m. ET, remarkably achieved on only 2 trades.
"4 hours and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar is still king of the elevator with $5,650.85 cumulative at 1:44 p.m. ET, rank 1 and guarding that $1,000 prize like a dragon.
All that red leaves Niraj Arora sitting at negative $2,128.75 cumulative at 1:44 p.m. ET, rank 23 and digging a statistical crater.
The cumulative mathematics are unforgiving. Ravi Kiran Kohli now registers negative $4,394.98 in total tournament performance as of 1:44 p.m. ET, firmly anchored at rank 24.
That surge keeps Jayaveer Madali at $1,647.66 cumulative at 1:44 p.m. ET, rank 2, and hunting the throne with 2 hours and 16 minutes left.
TSLA inflicted a minus $338.25 swing at 1:38 p.m. ET for Ansan Saji, yet the broader ledger still shows $916.75 cumulative at 1:44 p.m. ET, preserving fourth position.
Groaning, AAPL and Car tag teamed Keshav Geek, minus $760.25 at 1:39 p.m. ET on AP, minus $358.25 at 1:40 p.m. ET, minus $321.5 at 1:41 p.m. ET, and Car shaved another $421.8 at 1:43 p.m. ET.
4 hours and 18 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW is still the apex predator, $5,650.85 cumulative at 1:48 p.m. ET, rank 1 and guarding that $1,000 prize.
That sequence mathematically secures Jayaveer Madali at $1,700.46 cumulative as of 1:48 p.m. ET, a stable second place despite the prior compliance note.
Gasping CRM/Niraj Aurora for minus $1,904 at 1:47 p.m. ET, and BKNG piled on minus $518 at 1:47 p.m. ET. That is a double red combo.
Grown. Car absolutely torched Keshav Geek for minus $1,901.4 at 1:47 p.m. ET. Volatility spike. Liquidity vacuum. Straight to rank 22.
STLD just nuked Ravi Kirangoli for minus $5,256.66 at 1:47 p.m. ET. This ticker is a horror movie.
That shockwave cements Ravi Kirangoli at negative $4,070.29 cumulative at 1:48 p.m. ET, ranked 24 and fighting for survival.
Down at rank 20. Anil Sununi is sitting on negative $1,065.6 cumulative at 1:48 p.m. ET, 26 trades and still underwater.
"4 hours and 22 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW still commands the tower with $5,650.85 cumulative at 1:52 p.m. ET, rank 1 and radiating championship energy."
Groaning. STLD ripped $5,458.11 out of Ravi Kirangoli at 1:52 p.m. ET, flipping him to negative $4,969.23 on the day, ranked 24 and structurally broken.
Meanwhile, the comeback anthem plays. Blasted plus $1051 for Jayaveer Madali at 1:51 p.m. ET, and he is holding second overall with $1,675.11 cumulative at 1:52 p.m. ET.
And zoom out. Niraj Aurora is now negative $2,206.25 cumulative at 1:52 p.m. ET in the tournament standings, the CRM spiral undoing days of work.
Do not ignore Rahul Davis, $691 cumulative at 1:52 p.m. ET, and lurking at rank 6, one breakout away from chaos in the top 5. Four hours and 26 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW stands tall with $5,650.85 cumulative at 1:56 p.m. ET, rank 1 with the $1,000 throne glowing beneath him.
Groaning. That STLD hit at 1:55 p.m. ET drags Ravi Kiran Kohli to negative $4,316.77 cumulative at 1:56 p.m. ET, dead last and structurally broken.
CRM slashed another $1,961.5 from Niraj Aurora at 1:55 p.m. ET, and the red candles keep chanting his name.
After that car cascade at 1:55 p.m. ET, Keshav Geek sits at negative $3,447.95 cumulative at 1:56 p.m. ET, 23rd place and bleeding out.
And do not forget the silent assassin, Laikangu Sali, holding third with $1,448.85 cumulative at 1:56 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. Pure efficiency in the elevator. 4.5 hours into Market Mayhem, and JAW is still on the throne with $5,650.85 cumulative at 2 p.m. ET, rank 1 and guarding that $1,000 prize like a champion.
Groaning. At Cascade leaves Keshav Geek at negative $2,989.85 cumulative at 2 p.m. ET, rank 23, and Car did most of the damage.
The cumulative effect positions Ravi Kiran Kohli at negative $4,203.01 overall at 2 p.m. ET, statistically anchored to rank 24 with minimal trade diversification.
Do not blink. Jayavir Madali holds second with $1,639.06 cumulative at 2 p.m. ET, but that compliance warning still looms over the podium.
$30 trades for Nimish K. Singh, and he is at $912.2 cumulative at 2 p.m. ET. High volume grinder trying to claw into that top 3.
Groaning. CRM ripped $1,956.5 out of Niraj Arora at 1:58 p.m. ET, and the tournament tally now reads negative $2,260.75 at 2 p.m. ET, rank 22 and fading.
At the lower extreme, Bull Beast records negative $1,120.25 cumulative at 2 p.m. ET, a drawdown profile that will require nonlinear recovery to escape rank 20.
Four hours, 34 minutes in, and JAW is still commanding the summit with $5,650.85 cumulative at 2:04 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize glowing in his direction.
The mathematics now place Jayavir Madali at $1,608.16 cumulative for the tournament as of 2:04 p.m. ET, firmly rank 2 despite the prior compliance warning.
Gas PR is pure chaos for Keshav Geek, minus $2,631.9 at 2:02 p.m. ET, and then a snapback big win of plus 1,025.7 at 2:03 p.m. ET. That is whiplash trading.
TSLA fires for Anesan Saji, plus $313 at 2:03 p.m. ET, and that keeps the pressure blazing under the podium.
SILD was a guillotine for Ravi Kirangoli, minus $5,076.54 at 2:01 p.m. ET, and he is still dead last at negative 4,248.04 cumulative at 2:04 p.m. ET.
Efficiency remains extraordinary for La Congressali, $1,448.85 cumulative at 2:04 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, a high-yield strategy in third place.
Meanwhile, Bullbeast sits at negative $1,120.25 cumulative at 2:04 p.m. ET, 6 trades and a long walk back to respectability.
$2:08 p.m. ET and JW Dollar still reigns supreme, $5,650.85 cumulative as of 2:08 p.m. ET. The throne is fortified in Market Mayhem.
Mem just detonated for Javier Medali at 2:04 p.m. ET, plus $991 in a single burst. That ticker is pure rocket fuel.
Groaning, STLD carved Ravi Kirangoli apart at 2:07 p.m. ET for minus $5,221.11. That is not volatility, that is a demolition.
Ravi Kirangoli now sits at negative $4,259.89 cumulative as of 2:08 p.m. ET, ranked 24 and searching for oxygen.
Cash of Geek is now negative $2,697.5 cumulative as of 2:08 p.m. ET, 6 trades and a brutal lesson in position sizing.
BKNG compounds the damage for Niraj Arora at 2:07 p.m. ET with minus $512, adding to an already negative tournament trajectory.
Niraj Arora slides to negative $2,254.25 cumulative as of 2:08 p.m. ET, the red tide rising with less than 2 hours left.
Quietly efficient, Lekangorsali holds third with $1,448.85 cumulative as of 2:08 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. That is restraint in a room full of chaos.
And down near the danger zone, Manish Kapoor at negative $755.5 cumulative as of 2:08 p.m. ET, the clock ticking with 1 hour 52 minutes to rewrite the script. Rank 1 versus Rank 24 in Market Mayhem. Dead Cat bounce against Alpha Man with 1 hour 48 minutes left in the session.
As of 2:12 p.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce stands at $2,284.25, while Alpha Man sits at negative $4,668.24, both locked to the 2:12 p.m. ET snapshot.
Momentum split is brutal. Dead Cat bounce up 2,305.6 over the window into 2:12 p.m. ET. Alpha Man down 4,632.69 over that same stretch.
Risk posture divergence at 2:12 p.m. ET. Dead Cat bounce fully realized at 2,284.25 with 0 unrealized. Alpha Man holding 488.88 realized against negative 5,157.12 unrealized.
At 2:06 p.m. ET, CRM tagged dead_cat_bounce for negative $1,941.5 in a single print, a sharp hit inside an otherwise green campaign.
Disaster spike at 2:10 p.m. ET STLD hammered Alpha Man for negative $5,259.03, flipping him from positive 488.88 to deep red in seconds.
One trader climbed from negative 229.2 at 9:40 a.m. ET today to 2,284.25 by 2:12 p.m. ET. The other is still digging out from negative 5,123.28 at 10:39 a.m. ET. Resilience versus damage control.
Dead_cat_bounce still sits at $2,284.25 at 2:12 p.m. ET with every dollar realized, clean ledger, no floating risk.
By 2:12 p.m. ET, it is simple math. 2,284.25 green and controlled versus negative 4,668.24 bleeding and exposed.
Gasping volume versus caution. 6,610 shares traded by dead_cat_bounce against 252 from Alpha Man by 2:12 p.m. ET, and somehow the heavier trigger finger is the one in first place.
Statistically speaking, at 2:12 p.m. ET, we observe improving momentum and green posture for dead_cat_bounce, contrasted with slipping momentum and red posture for Alpha Man.
Sobbing. That 2:10 p.m. ET STLD hit of negative $5,259.03 still echoes on Alpha Man's chart. The kind of candle that changes a whole afternoon.
$2:16 p.m. ET and JAW still reigns supreme with $5,650.85 cumulative in Market Mayhem, the prize throne glowing under him.
Lakang Gursali is lurking at $1,448.85 cumulative at 2:16 p.m. ET, just $87 off second place. That is one clean scalp away from chaos.
Groaning. At 2:15 p.m. ET, STLD smacks Ravi Kirangoli for minus $5,064.69 on the symbol, a brutal reversal that keeps him buried at negative 4,120.06 cumulative.
Yet paradoxically, at 2:15 p.m. ET, he also records a plus $519 big win, a minor green island in a sea of drawdown that leaves him at negative 2,896.1 cumulative.
CRM strikes again at 2:15 p.m. ET, minus $1,941.5, for Niraj Arora, the red tide rising and dragging him to negative 2,122.25 on the tournament board.
Gasping TSLA flips green at 2:13 p.m. ET for Ensan Saji, plus $328 on the tick and a jolt of life into rank 4.
That positions an SAN Saji at $1,184.25 cumulative as of 2:16 p.m. ET, still within mathematical reach of the podium should volatility persist.
Groaning. And remember that STLD hit at 2:10 p.m. ET was minus $5,259.03 before the slight adjustment. Volatility is not a strategy, it is a storm.
Screamin' again at 2:14 p.m. ET, minus $3,542.1 for Keshav Geek. This ticker is swinging like a wrecking ball.
CRM printed sequential losses at 2:12 p.m. ET and 2:13 p.m. ET, exceeding $2,000 each for Niraj Arora, a compounding volatility pattern that is statistically destabilizing.
$2:20 p.m. ET and JAW still commands the arena with $5,650.85 cumulative at 2:20 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with 1 hour and 40 minutes left.
Detonates at 2:18 p.m. ET for plus $925 on the print for Javer Medali. That is pure defensive fire to protect the silver spot.
Lakan Gursali sits at $1,448.85 cumulative at 2:20 p.m. ET with just 2 trades, quiet efficiency while everyone else sets money on fire.
Gaspan at 2:19 p.m. ET rips minus $2,186.1 for Keshav Geek. Another violent swing in a ticker that will not sit still.
Yet at 2:19 p.m. ET, he simultaneously logs a plus $688.35 big win, a countervailing spike that slightly reduces but does not erase the structural drawdown.
Groaning. CRM at 2:18 p.m. ET tags Niraj Arora for minus $1944 and BKNG piles on another minus $634 at 2:18 p.m. ET. That is coordinated punishment.
STLD at 2:18 p.m. ET, absolutely nukes. Ravi Kiran Goli for minus $5,043.36. That is a vertical drop through the floor.
Meanwhile, Nimish K. Singh remains at $912.2 cumulative at 2:20 p.m. ET across 30 trades, a high-volume persistence play that keeps him within striking distance of fourth.
And at 2:20 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is staring at negative $4,067.92 cumulative, 1 trade deep and still paying tuition to STLD.
This is the showdown at 2:24 p.m. ET. Dead Cat Bounce rank 1, Alpha Man rank 24, PNA underscore indicator rank 23. 3 traders, 1 elevator, and only 1 rising.
Statistically, at 2:24 p.m. ET, we observed $2,284.25 for dead_cat_bounce, contrasted with negative $2,975.75 for PNA_indicator, a polarity of outcomes within the same window.
But at 2:22 p.m. ETSTLD detonates for Alpha Man, minus $5,067.06 on that strike.
Momentum over this window shows plus 2,305.6 for dead_cat_bounce, minus 4,597.14 for Alpha Man, and minus 2,868.25 for PNA_indicator as of 2:24 p.m. ET. Divergence in pure form.
One climbed from negative 21.35 to green glory, while the other slid from 419.25 to negative 3,874.25 by 2:24 p.m. ET. That is opposite destiny.
Dead_cat_bounce shows 6,610 shares traded across 4 stocks by 2:24 p.m. ET, a controlled yet active deployment of capital.
Rank 1 versus rank 24 at 2:24 p.m. ET, 2,284.25 in the green against negative 4,632.69 in the red. That is throne versus trapdoor.
The STLD cascade at 2:18 p.m. ET printed minus $5,043.36 for Alpha Man, an inflection that materially altered his distribution curve.
Kiar whipsaw dead_cat_bounce for minus $2,186.1 at 2:19 p.m. ET, and he still stands tall at the top.
With 1 hour and 36 minutes left, the mathematical distance between 2,284.25 and negative 2,975.75 at 2:24 p.m. ET is substantial but not theoretically insurmountable.
$2:28 p.m. ET, and JW Dollar still towers over Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative at 2:28 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne blazing with 1 hour and 32 minutes left.
Screaming just exploded at 2:24 p.m. ET for plus $1,153 on Javier Madali. That is a rocket booster under second place.
Meanwhile, TSLA paid and Saji again at 2:27 p.m. ET, plus $391.75 on the print. Disciplined aggression keeping rank 4 relevant.
That TSLA sequence at 2:25 p.m. ET, 2:26 p.m. ET, and 2:27 p.m. ET shows repeated positive impulses for Saji, a volatility capture pattern rather than a single lucky tick.
Ha hit him at 2:26 p.m. ET for minus $1,076.7, and again at 2:25 p.m. ET for minus $1,213.2. That is not trading, that is standing in front of a freight train.
Memem cracks again at 2:27 p.m. ET, minus $466 for Anil Sonune. That is back-to-back red candles, smashing the bottom ranks.
And at 2:27 p.m. ET, STLD detonates for minus $5,273.25 on Ravi Kiran Kohli, a catastrophic swing that cements him at the bottom of the board.
Niraj Arora absorbs sequential damage at 2:26 p.m. ET, minus $2,026.5 on CRM and minus $638 on BKNG, a correlated drawdown across high beta names.
$2:32 p.m. ET and JAW dollar still commands the summit with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 2:31 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with an hour 28 left.
That thrust stabilizes his overall tournament tally at $1,711.61 as of 2:31 p.m. ET, reinforcing second place with statistically significant separation from third.
Siam slices Niraj Arora again at 2:31 p.m. ET for minus $2,096.5, and that is on top of the earlier bleeding.
Gasping and BKNG piles on at 2:31 p.m. ET, minus $652. TQQQ minus $308.25. It is a triple red combo on Niraj Arora.
The cumulative effect leaves Niraj Arora at negative $2,552.75 for the tournament as of 2:31 p.m. ET, a drawdown profile that is mathematically severe.
TQQQ flashes green for Chidambara Raja at 2:29 p.m. ET, plus $345, and a clean leverage strike into the mid-table.
He now sits at negative $1,419.6 cumulative as of 2:31 p.m. ET, 26 trades deep and statistically overexposed to volatility.
2:36 p.m. ET and JAW dollar still reigns with $5,650.85 cumulative at 2:36 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize glowing at the top of the elevator.
That move places Jayaveer Madali at $1,659.96 cumulative as of 2:36 p.m. ET, reinforcing his hold on rank 2 with mathematically significant separation from third.
Gasping car again at 2:36 p.m. ET, minus $1,576.5 for Keshav Geek. This ticker is a live wire frying anyone who touches it.
TSLA surges at 2:36 p.m. ET, plus $396.75 for Ansan Saji, a clean electric punch keeping rank 4 alive.
Sequential TSLA prints between 2:34 p.m. ET and 2:36 p.m. ET show repeated positive deltas for Ansan Saji, a short-term momentum cluster that statistically stabilizes his $1,191.75 cumulative posture at 2:36 p.m. ET.
That drop drags Niraj Arora to negative $2,371.75 cumulative at 2:36 p.m. ET, the elevator cable straining under red weight.
Cumulatively, Anil Sununi now stands at negative $1,287.6 as of 2:36 p.m. ET, a deep lower quartile position with only 94 minutes left in the session.
Do not forget Lakan Gursali at $1,448.85 cumulative at 2:36 p.m. ET, quietly stalking that $500 second prize. $2:40 p.m. ET and JAW dollar still rules Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 2:40 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne blazing with 1 hour and 20 minutes left.
That spike at 2:39 p.m. ET on MMM materially reinforces his second-place standing, now $1,660.21 cumulative as of 2:40 p.m. ET despite 0 trades logged prior.
STLD again at 2:39 p.m. ET, minus $5,678.52 for Ravi Kirangoli. That chart just fell down an elevator shaft.
The 2:39 p.m. ET STLD collapse compounds prior losses and leaves him at negative $4,726.78 cumulative as of 2:40 p.m. ET, a statistically severe drawdown.
Siam at 2:39 p.m. ET tags Niraj Aurora for minus $2,371.5, and that is on top of BKNG and TQQQ already bleeding him out.
Gasping, and BKNG slams minus $664 at 2:39 p.m. ET for Niraj Aurora. That ticker is swinging like a wrecking ball.
Net effect places Niraj Aurora at negative $2,804.75 cumulative as of 2:40 p.m. ET, rank 23, and mathematically constrained.
Grown at 2:39 p.m. ET drops another minus $1,272.9 on Keshav Geek. That ticker has been a tax collector all afternoon.
APP adds minus $449 at 2:39 p.m. ET for Keshav Geek. It is red print after red print.
$2:44 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still commands Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 2:43 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize glowing in his direction.
Mimim explodes for Javier Madali at 2:40 p.m. ET, plus $1,182 on that print, and the crowd can feel the podium pressure.
Bites back at 2:43 p.m. ET for Anil Sunune, minus $460 on the symbol, and he sinks to negative 1,296.6 cumulative as of 2:43 p.m. ET. That is a rough tape.
STLD detonates again at 2:43 p.m. ET, minus $5,664.3 for Ravi Kirangoli, and the floor just disappears beneath him.
Gasping, CRM absolutely steamrolls Niraj Aurora at 2:43 p.m. ET, minus $2,329 on that tick, and it is just relentless red.
Groaning. Add that to the pile and Niraj Aurora sits at negative $2,764.25 cumulative as of 2:43 p.m. ET. This is not variance, this is damage.
APP and KL double hammer at 2:43 p.m. ET for Keshav Geek, minus 486.5 on APP and minus 1,811.4 on KL volatility is punching in combos.
Do not sleep on Lakangur Sali at 2:43 p.m. ET, $1,448.85 cumulative, and just one clean move away from stealing that $500 slot.
Market Mayhem at 2:48 p.m. ET, and it is Trillionaire 01 versus Foggy, rank 14 against rank 22 in a straight elevator duel.
As of 2:48 p.m. ET, Trillionaire 01 shows $84.79 total PNL,
Momentum check
while
at
Foggy
2:48 p.m.
stands
ET.
at negative
Trillionaire 01 up
1910.45,
85.96 on the window,
A.
while Foggy is down
Statistically severe
1908.95,
divergence.
That is
Peak
a
to
rocket
trough
versus
tells
a
the
crater.
pain. Trillionaire 01 ran from negative 116.61 to 253.84, Foggy swung from 117.5 down to
Trillionaire
negative
01 is clean at
3379.7,
2:48 p.m. ET,
that is volatility with consequences.
$84.79.
By
Fully
contrast, at
realized and
2:48
zero
p.m.
unrealized
ET,
exposure.
Foggy
That is
carries negative
disciplined execution.
187 realized and negative 1,723.45 unrealized.
Gasping
A
gap is
structurally
wild.
fragile
Trillionaire
posture.
01 has traded 2422 shares across 8 stocks, while Foggy has just
Same
410
low
shares in 2
activity
names.
headline,
That is
but one
sniper
is
versus
green and
spectator.
improving and the other is red and slipping. The tape does not lie.
Rank 14 versus rank 22. Trillionaire 01 has the higher ground and Foggy is fighting uphill with 1 hour and 12 minutes left.
At 2:47 p.m. ET, car slams Foggy for minus $1,536.3 on that print. The pressure just keeps stacking.
1 minute earlier at 2:46 p.m. ET, car hit Foggy for minus $1,672.8, back-to-back damage on the same symbol.
This is the tale of control versus chaos. Trillionaire 01 locked green at 84.79 by 2:48 p.m. ET, and Foggy deep red at negative 1,910.45 at that same moment.
Trillionaire 01 peaked at 253.84 earlier in the window and now sits at 84.79 at 2:48 p.m. ET. Still green and still alive.
Mathematically speaking, a swing of 85.96 upward for Trillionaire 01 versus negative 1,908.95 for Foggy defines the current comparative momentum gradient.
1 hour and 12 minutes left in the session, and Trillionaire 01 is defending green while Foggy is trying to stop the bleeding. This elevator is shaking.
Groaning. Negative 1,910.45 at 2:48 p.m. ET with heavy unrealized exposure is not a comeback script. It is a risk warning.
At 2:48 p.m. ET, the data is unequivocal. Trillionaire 01 leads this head-to-head on rank, momentum, and realized stability, while Foggy faces a narrowing statistical path.
$2:52 p.m. ET and JAW dollar still reigns supreme with $5,650.85 cumulative at 2:52 p.m. ET. The $1,000 throne blazing with 1 hour and 8 minutes left.
Yes, Lake Kangursal is right there at $1,448.85 cumulative at 2:52 p.m. ET. That gap to second is razor thin, and one clean pop could flip the silver spot.
Groaning. STLD detonated again at 2:51 p.m. ET for minus $6,209.4 on the symbol. A savage reversal that leaves Ravi Kirangoli buried deep in the red.
TQQ strikes back at 2:51 p.m. ET plus $375 for Chidambara Raja. Leverage lightning flashing across the board.
That TQQ sequence prints consecutive gains at 2:50 p.m. ET and 2:51 p.m. ET, a short-term positive momentum cluster for Chidambara Raja.
BKNG again at 2:51 p.m. ET for minus $698. It just keeps dripping red on Niraj Arora.
KR and APP both flashing red at 2:51 p.m. ET, minus 1,391.7 on KR and minus 665 on APP for Keshav Geek. Volatility roaring through his lane.
Groaning. At 2:52 p.m. ET, Bull Beast sits at negative $1,120.25 cumulative, last place and running out of daylight.
$2:56 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar is still king of Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 2:56 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just over an hour left.
Lakengur Sali is right there at $1,448.85 cumulative at 2:56 p.m. ET. That is one hot trade away from flipping the podium and stealing second.
Groaning. STLD detonates again at 2:55 p.m. ET, minus $6,529.35 on the symbol for Ravi Kirangoli, the kind of hit that buries you at negative 5,895.19 cumulative.
KR is pure chaos at 2:55 p.m. ET, minus $1,751.4 for Keshav Geek, after back-to-back smacks of minus 1,721.4 at 2:54 p.m. ET and minus 1,541.4 at 2:52 p.m. ET.
At 2:53 p.m. ET, CRM posts minus $2,311.5 for Niraj Aurora, layered on top of a minus $2,354 hit at 2:50 p.m. ET, a compounding drawdown pattern in a single ticker.
TQQ fires green at 2:51 p.m. ET, plus $375 for Chidambara Raja, and then plus $315 at 2:53 p.m. ET. Leverage lightning keeping him alive.
Mam clips Anil Sanune for minus $625 at 2:50 p.m. ET and minus $541 at 2:51 p.m. ET. Death by industrial paper cuts.
Meanwhile, Nimish K. Singh grinding 30 trades and sitting at $912.2 cumulative at 2:56 p.m. ET. That is pure stamina play.
NSAN Saji holds fourth at $1,064.25 cumulative as of 2:56 p.m. ET. The podium in sight and the crowd hungry for a late surge. $3 p.m. ET and JAW still rules Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 3 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize glowing under that rank 1 spotlight.
But rewind to 2:57 p.m. ET and MMM detonates plus $1183 for Javier Medali. That is a green rocket, keeping him glued to the silver seat.
Groaning. At 2:59 p.m. ET, STLD hammers Ravi Kirangoli for minus $6,771.09 on the print, a collapse that explains why he is cemented at the bottom.
Gaspinete again at 2:58 p.m. ET, minus $6,813.75. It is the same ticker swinging a wrecking ball over Ravi Kirangoli's head.
CRM prints minus $21.59 at 2:59 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, a continuation of the multi-$1,000 downside sequence we have been tracking.
Big loss alert at 2:56 p.m. ET, minus $570 for Chidambara Raja. That is a trapdoor under rank 10.
And do not forget the grinder, Nimish K. Singh, holding $912.2 cumulative at 3 p.m. ET across 30 trades. That is stamina with 1 hour left on the clock. 3:04 p.m. ET, and JAW still rules Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 3:04 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with less than an hour to play.
Mayhem explodes at 3:03 p.m. ET for plus $998 on the print for Javier Madali. That ticker just punched the gas.
Groaning TLD at 3:03 p.m. ET slams Ravi Kirangoli for minus $7,221.39. That is the kind of candle that ends weeks.
The sequential STLD prints between 2:59 p.m. ET and 3:03 p.m. ET show escalating losses exceeding $7,000 on a single symbol, a statistically catastrophic variance event for Ravi Kirangoli.
And BKNG piles on at 3:02 p.m. ET for minus $440. Niraj Arora is getting tag teamed by volatility.
Car at 3:02 p.m. ET prints minus $2,358.9 for Keshav Geek. That rental just keeps returning with damage.
Meanwhile, as of 3:04 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $912.2 cumulative across 30 trades, a high-frequency grind that preserves fifth-place stability.
NSA and Asaji at 3:04 p.m. ET, sitting on $1,095.5 cumulative, 14 trades deep and sniffing the podium like a momentum shark.
Mem at 3:01 p.m. ET tags Anil Sununi for minus $322 after an earlier minus $544 at 3 p.m. ET. That is how drawdowns snowball.
For Keshav Geek, the repeated CR downticks from 2:59 p.m. ET through 3:02 p.m. ET represent clustered volatility exceeding $2,000 per print, a pattern consistent with liquidity vacuum conditions.
The gap is massive at 3:04 p.m. ET, JAW over $5,600 cumulative. And nobody even close. This elevator is stuck on the penthouse.
$3:08 p.m. ET, and JAW still rules Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 3:08 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with 52 minutes left.
Mayhem again at 3:03 p.m. ET and 3:04 p.m. ET, stacking plus $998 and plus $966 for Javier Madali. That ticker is a rocket strapped to second place. STLD detonates at 3:07 p.m. ET, minus $7,297.23 for Ravi Kirangoli. That is a straight trapdoor through the floor.
Sequential STLD losses at 3:02 p.m. ET, 3:03 p.m. ET, 3:05 p.m. ET, and 3:07 p.m. ET, each exceeding $7,000, indicate an extreme volatility cluster for Ravi Kirangoli, statistically catastrophic.
At 3:08 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora sits at negative $2,083.25 cumulative for the tournament, and those back-to-back CRM and BKNG hits at 3:07 p.m. ET did not help.
Lycaon Gusali stands third at $1,448.85 cumulative as of 3:08 p.m. ET, one clean strike away from snatching that $500 jump to second.
Nimish K. Singh remains at $912.2 cumulative as of 3:08 p.m. ET across 30 trades, a high-frequency persistence model hovering just outside the top 3.
$3:12 p.m. ET, and JW Dollar still towers over Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 3:12 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with 48 minutes left.
MMM detonates at 3:08 p.m. ET for plus $958 and then plus $994 for Jayaveer Medali. That ticker is printing stair steps to the podium.
And at 3:10 p.m. ET, Sexo rips plus $936.38 for Jayaveer Medali. That is momentum baptizing the number 2 spot.
Grown Keys chewing on Keshav Geek, minus $3,185.7 at 3:10 p.m. ET, and another minus $3,101.1 at 3:11 p.m. ET. That is not volatility, that is punishment.
The repeated STLD prints between 3:05 p.m. ET and 3:10 p.m. ET, exceeding $7,000 in losses, suggest a catastrophic exposure event for Ravi Kirangoli.
Sighing BKNG was already bleeding him at 3:05 p.m. ET for minus $390, and the cumulative board at 3:12 p.m. ET shows negative 2065.25, that hole is getting deeper.
And SAN Saji at $11.18 cumulative as of 3:12 p.m. ET, 14 trades deep and stalking the podium with disciplined fire. 3:16 p.m. ET, and JAW still rules Market Mayhem with $5,650.85 cumulative as of 3:16 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just 44 minutes left.
As of 3:16 p.m. ET, he stands at $1,706.46 cumulative, statistically firm in second yet still far from the leader's altitude.
Gas pickback CRM pain at 3:14 p.m. ET and 3:15 p.m. ET, over $2,000 each time. That chart looks like it fell down an elevator shaft.
The cumulative effect leaves Niraj Arora at negative $2,089.25 as of 3:16 p.m. ET, a distribution skewed heavily to
KR
the
detonates
downside.
again at 3:15 p.m. ET, minus $4,549.2
That is layered on a big loss at
for Cash
3:15
Out
p.m.
Geek.
ET for
That is
minus
volatility turned
$505.2, compounding damage on an already bleeding position.
Screaming at 3:15 p.m. ET slams Ravi Kiran Goli for minus $7,185.84. That is a trapdoor straight to the basement.
As of 3:16 p.m. ET, his tournament total is negative $6,257.8, a severe drawdown profile with minimal trade diversification.
TSLA keeps paying at 3:14 p.m. ET, plus $455.5 for ANSAN Saji. That is disciplined momentum stacking.
30 trades deep, and Nimish K. Singh sits at $912.2 cumulative as of 3:16 p.m. ET, grinding while others gamble.
Do not sleep on Lakan Ghasali at $1,448.85 cumulative as of 3:16 p.m. ET. Third place is fortified, but not untouchable. $3:20 p.m. ET and JAW still reigns supreme with $5,650.85 cumulative at 3:20 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just 40 minutes left in Market Mayhem.
Screaming app at 3:19 p.m. ET just slammed Keshav Geek for minus $3,950.4. That ticker is a blender and he is stuck inside it.
That car sequence from 3:15 p.m. ET to 3:19 p.m. ET carved thousands out of Keshav Geek, and now his tournament total sits at negative $4,573.55 at 3:20 p.m. ET, dead last.
CRM detonates at 3:18 p.m. ET for minus $2,121.5 on Niraj Arora. That is a red shockwave ripping through the lower bracket.
Conversely, TSLA prints plus $338 at 3:18 p.m. ET for ANSAN Saji, reinforcing his tournament accumulation now at $1,189.25 as of 3:20 p.m. ET, and stabilizing fourth place.
Groaning. STLD at 3:16 p.m. ET ripped minus $7,219.02 from Ravi Kirangoli, and by 3:20 p.m. ET his tournament ledger reads negative $6,224.62. That is catastrophic slippage.
Quietly at 3:20 p.m. ET, Lakhang Gursali maintains $1,448.85 cumulative, only about $247 behind second, a plausible late session overtake scenario.
At 3:20 p.m. ET, Anil Sununa is negative $1,014.6 cumulative over 26 trades. Activity without edge is just expensive exercise.
40 minutes left at 3:20 p.m. ET, and JW dollar is still miles ahead at $5,650.85 cumulative. That elevator is stuck at the penthouse.
$3:24 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still reigns supreme with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:24 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just 36 minutes left.
TSLA just keeps printing for N Sansaji at 3:23 p.m. ET, plus $541.75 on that spike, and the volatility is electric. Gaspil STLD absolutely detonates at 3:22 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli, minus $6,920.4 in one violent swing.
CRM compounds the pressure on Niraj Arora at 3:21 p.m. ET with minus $1,996.5, a sequence of negative impulses that materially deepens his drawdown profile.
Do not ignore Rahul Davison third with $15 cumulative as of 3:24 p.m. ET, lurking behind second place like a coiled spring.
Cumulatively, NSAN Saji now stands at $1,241.5 as of 3:24 p.m. ET, the TSLA cluster elevating him firmly into fifth with positive momentum skew.
Ravi Kirangoli is at negative $6,258.79 cumulative as of 3:24 p.m. ET, and that STLD blast just slammed the trapdoor shut.
With 36 minutes left in Market Mayhem, JAW dollar at $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:24 p.m. ET controls destiny, while chaos erupts beneath him. 3:28 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still rules Market Mayhem with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:28 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just 32 minutes left.
That thrust elevates Jayaveer Madali to $2,401.8 cumulative as of 3:28 p.m. ET, reinforcing rank 2 with statistically meaningful distance from the pack.
Groaning. STLD detonates at 3:27 p.m. ET for minus $7,313.82 on Ravi Kiran Goli, a collapse so violent it buries him at negative $6,327.52 cumulative as of 3:28 p.m. ET.
The cumulative effect positions Keshav Geek at negative $5,321.7 for the tournament as of 3:28 p.m. ET, a drawdown curve that is statistically extreme.
Do not ignore Rahul Davis, sitting third with $15 cumulative as of 3:28 p.m. ET, one decisive strike away from snatching that $250 podium prize.
MMM registers another negative impulse at 3:27 p.m. ET, minus $325 for Anil Sununi, reinforcing his negative $1,280.85 cumulative standing as of 3:28 p.m. ET.
$3:32 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still reigns with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just 28 minutes left in Market Mayhem.
Groaning. That 3:31 p.m. ET STLD print leaves Ravi Kiran Goli buried at negative $6,218.5 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET, dead last and statistically wrecked.
Following the 3:31 p.m. ET car collapse, Keshav Geek now stands at negative $5,291.4 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET, a drawdown profile that materially distances him from mid-table recovery. That 3:31 p.m. ET TSLA expansion stabilizes ANSAN Saji at $1,285.25 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET, narrowing the probabilistic gap toward fourth.
BKNG tags Niraj Aurora at 3:30 p.m. ET for -$400, and the bleeding just keeps dripping into the close.
Double leverage chaos at 3:31 p.m. ET, -$350 on TQQ and -$505 on SQQ for Chidambara Raja. Both sides red at once.
The paired 3:31 p.m. ET leverage losses leave Chidambara Raja at -$710 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET, a lower quartile placement with limited time to reverse variance.
$3:36 p.m. ET and JAW dollar still stands atop Market Mayhem with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:36 p.m. ET. The $1,000 throne still glowing bright.
That 3:35 p.m. ET MMM expansion statistically reinforces his second place standing, now $2,477.55 cumulative as of 3:36 p.m. ET, narrowing but not eliminating the gap to first.
And then KR again at 3:35 p.m. ET, -$4,848.9 on that swing for Keshav Geek. This ticker is pure chaos energy.
The net effect leaves Keshav Geek at -$5,854.2 cumulative as of 3:36 p.m. ET, rank 23, and mathematically distant from prize contention.
Siam at 3:35 p.m. ET drills Niraj Aurora for -$1914, and BKNG adds another -$448 at 3:35 p.m. ET. That is a double tap to the account.
Cumulatively, he now stands at -$1,981.75 as of 3:36 p.m. ET, rank 22 with only 24 minutes remaining in the session.
Groaning keeps leaning on Anil Sanoon at 3:35 p.m. ET for -$604, and there has not been a real bounce all afternoon.
Do not sleep on Rahul Davis at $1,515 cumulative as of 3:36 p.m. ET, holding third place and defending that $250 prize line. 3:40 p.m. ET, and JAW still reigns over Market Mayhem with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:40 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just 20 minutes left.
As of 3:40 p.m. ET, he now holds $2,385.01 cumulative in the tournament, a statistically firm grasp on the $500 tier despite prior inactivity.
Absolutely nukes Keshav Gake again at 3:39 p.m. ET, minus $4,747.2 on that print. It is red sirens everywhere.
The compounding KR sequence leaves Keshav Geek at negative $5,133.3 cumulative as of 3:40 p.m. ET, a deeply entrenched position at the bottom of the standings.
TSLA ignites at 3:37 p.m. ET, plus $340.5 for AN San Saji, and that surge keeps his tournament total at $900.25 as of 3:40 p.m. ET. The hunt for third is alive.
Consequently, he stands at negative $2,296.25 cumulative in the tournament as of 3:40 p.m. ET, ranked 22 and statistically constrained.
Panting Likangursali is lurking at $1,460.6 cumulative as of 3:40 p.m. ET, one clean spike, and that $250 slot flips.
And down in the abyss, Ravi Kirangoli sits at negative $6,313.3 cumulative as of 3:40 p.m. ET. That is a mountain with 20 minutes left.
"16 minutes left in Market Mayhem, and it is Alpha Man versus Foggy versus Niraj Arora, ranks 24, 23, and 22 in a brutal elevator stack.
At 3:44 p.m. ET, Alphaman bleeds at negative 6,531.06, while Niraj Arora is less damaged at negative 3737.75, rank 24, chasing rank 22 uphill.
At 3:43 p.m. ET CRM, slams Mirage Aurora for minus $2,076.5 on that print, and the tape shows no mercy.
And at 3:43 p.m. ET, TQQ registers minus $407.25 for Mirage Aurora, a leverage sting in the closing stretch.
Gasping at 3:42 p.m. ET, card detonates for minus $4,065.3 for Foggy. That is a wrecking ball through the PNL.
Risk posture split at 3:44 p.m. ET. Alpha Man fully realized at negative 6,531.06, while Foggy shows only negative 665 realized and a massive negative 3,932.7 unrealized, hanging open.
Aggression gap at 3:44 p.m. ET. Mirage Aurora has traded 2050 shares across 5 stocks, while Foggy has 560 shares across 2. That is throttle versus idle.
Rank 22 versus rank 23 at 3:44 p.m. ET. Mirage Aurora defending a slimmer loss at negative 3,737.75, while Foggy chases from negative 4597.7 exclamation mark.
As of 3:44 p.m. ET, Alphaman stands at negative 6,531.06 with zero unrealized exposure, a fully crystallized outcome.
At 3:42 p.m. ET, CRM had already hit Mirage Aurora for minus $1,996.5, and the selling pressure just kept cascading.
At 3:44 p.m. ET, the hierarchy is clear. Mirage Aurora at negative 3,737.75 leads this trio. Foggy follows at negative 4597.7, and Alphaman trails at negative 6,531.06.
$3:48 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still commands the summit with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:48 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing with just 12 minutes left in Market Mayhem.
At 3:47 p.m. ET, Cisco explodes for plus $896.5 for Javier Medali. That is a late-game booster shot straight into second place.
At 3:47 p.m. ET, car ripped minus $2,732.7 out of Keshav Geek. And that is after multiple earlier hits. That ticker is a wood chipper today.
And at 3:47 p.m. ET, TQQ slams Mirage Aurora for minus $564.75. The leverage lightning striking the same portfolio again.
Sai QQQ hits Chidambara Raja for minus $415 at 3:47 p.m. ET. After another heavy print a minute earlier, that hedge turned into a headwind.
As of 3:48 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis remains third with $15 cumulative, positioned within striking distance should volatility spill upward from the podium.
Lakangu Sali sits fourth at $1,460.6 cumulative as of 3:48 p.m. ET. That bronze battle is still alive with 12 minutes to destiny.
Screamin has printed massive red candles at 3:45 p.m. ET, 3:46 p.m. ET, and 3:47 p.m. ET for Keshav Geek. That is volatility stacking like falling dominoes.
Nimish K. Singh stands fifth at $910.7 cumulative as of 3:48 p.m. ET, a high activity profile with 30 trades that could still catalyze a late surge.
$3:52 p.m. ET, and JW Dollar still sits on the Iron Throne with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET, 8 minutes left, and $1,000 prize glowing in his hands.
CQ just detonated for plus $948.75 at 3:51 p.m. ET. That is a late game power up for Javier Medali, and the silver slot is suddenly electric. Gasping KNG slams him for minus $834 at 3:51 p.m. ET, and TQQ piles on minus $425.25 at 3:51 p.m. ET. It is a triple combo finisher.
Do not forget the bronze battle. Rahul Davis at $15 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET. Lakane Gosali at $1,460.6 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET. That $250 prize is still within striking distance.
SecQQ flips red again for minus $345 at 3:50 p.m. ET on Chidambara Raja. The leverage blade cuts both ways in the final minutes.
At 3:52 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Kohli remains at negative $6,313.3 cumulative, a drawdown magnitude that would require statistically improbable upside variance in the remaining minutes.
3:56 p.m. ET, and JW Dollar is still king with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:56 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne blazing with 4 minutes left.
As of 3:56 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali stands at $1,983.01 cumulative, a firm second place but still materially distant from the leader.
Gas payback CRM hits at 3:54 p.m. ET for minus $25.59 and then 3:55 p.m. ET for minus $25.94. That is a red avalanche.
Those sequential CRM drawdowns push Niraj Arora to negative $3,675.5 cumulative as of 3:56 p.m. ET, placing him 23rd overall.
Even with a brief plus $576.9 bounce at 3:52 p.m. ET, Carr keeps dragging him back under. That is textbook whipsaw.
Scream EQ snaps again at 3:55 p.m. ET for minus $365 on Chidambara Raja. That inverse play is not saving him.
Repeated SQQ losses at 3:52 p.m. ET, 3:54 p.m. ET, and 3:55 p.m. ET indicate escalating downside variance into the closing bell.
Meanwhile, Rahul Davis holds that bronze line at $15 cumulative as of 3:56 p.m. ET, guarding the $250 prize like a fortress.
4 minutes left and nobody is even within $3,000 of JW Dollar as of 3:56 p.m. ET. That elevator is parked on the penthouse floor.
With $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:56 p.m. ET, JAW Dollar possesses a statistically commanding lead requiring an extreme outlier event to overturn.
"4 p.m. ET, and the bell has slammed shut. J.I. Dollar finishes the session, still crowned number one with $5,421.65 cumulative as of 3:59 p.m. ET. The $1,000 throne